We are live again. Welcome, everybody. How is everybody this evening? Had a nice couple of days off. 3 towers at once. I didn't say we were going to get them all done tonight, though, did I? Lena, sorry you missed Saturday. Forgot your phone at work and only had your PS4 to watch on. No worries. Of course. Elizabeth is here, and Ray. People coming in on YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to mention something. Probably this is the first of a couple times today. We've been redoing the Discord, and we had some requests to change and honestly, it should have already been this way, to change how the notifications work on when I go live. And now those are specific roles that you opt into. Okay, and so if you want to be notified through Discord, okay, that I'm going live on either YouTube or Twitch or both. YouTube includes any videos that I post as well, shorts and clips and stuff. Then you have to go to the channels and roles section and opt in. Okay, I think everybody was opted out kind of forcefully, and you have to opt back in. All right, and that way that only the people that want the notifications are going to get them, and nobody's getting spammed. So that's the little change there. And then there's major changes happening with the Discord. You guys not everybody can see all of them. Some of them are for the upcoming Guild and Ashes, but there's lots of stuff happening. And by the way, since I streamed last, we had a big explosion of people join the Discord. A lot of chat going on, and so bad call Bert added role YouTube alerts. See, I see everything. I see it all. So yeah, just wanted to let you guys know that that was a change, and we're trying to reduce the number of unwanted notifications. And happy birthday, Ray. You sent me a birthday present. So, I'm not sure what I can do. I don't know. I'm not going to make any promises because you'll probably ask me to do something. But either way, I can definitely wish you a happy birthday. Beef, are you making progress on the 10,000 per minute rocket fuel power plant? Mikey came in here to throw bits at you and say hi before I went to bed, so it's a hi bye. Mikey, I appreciate the bits, and I hope your new job is going well. Thank you, and maybe I'll still be streaming when we wake up. Probably not. Tonight's a work night stream. Let's get this thing cracking. And get some towers going, shall we? Let's talk a little bit about where we are and kind of what we've accomplished and really what's left. Not just like in the short term, but kind of the end of the playthrough, right? The end of the playthrough is sort of, there's light at the end of the tunnel, kind of in a sense. So, you guys that love Satisfactory, enjoy these streams. I maybe have 3 to 4 months left. Okay, the end is in sight. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And we'll go over a little bit about where we're at and where we're going right when we first start here. SMU Watch, any tips for new players who got the game recently? I only got about 15 hours in so far, limited. All right, so I would like to say as a tip for a new player, pace yourself. But if you were like me, that was impossible. I basically didn't sleep for 3 days when I first got the game. It was a 3-day weekend. So it hits you hard. So hopefully you got some vacation time set aside for work now that you've started Satisfactory. So that's number one. Don't be afraid to restart. You're going to get to the point when you first play Satisfactory where you think you know what you're doing. You're like, oh, I got a handle on this. And then all of a sudden you start hitting things like steel and you're like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. And you'll feel this like, sometimes some people will feel this like kind of difficult to place disappointment in how bad what you're building looks, how your construction looks so far, and you're going to want to start over. And I say, if you feel like starting over, start over, because chances are you'll get back to where you were much faster because you'll understand that part of the game. I know a lot of people who love the game and start over constantly. So it's not a bad thing if you feel like you need to start over, or if you feel like you need to delete an entire factory. You can do that. The map is a lot bigger than you think it is. Okay, the map is way bigger than you think it is. There's way more materials available than you think there are. Okay, so the map is, huge. The materials available to you are huge. And so it's not a terrible idea if, instead of deleting, if you kind of want to just migrate your base. Where'd you start? Smoo Watch. You rebuilt your iron factory 4 times? Right, exactly. What area did you start? The point is, the big overarching advice here is play the game the way that you want to play it. If you want to start over, start over. If you want to delete some shit, delete it. If you want to power through, power through. If you want to build spaghetti messes, I will judge you, but you can. Okay, so play the way in which you want to play, and don't worry about any content creators, especially me, what they do. Don't feel like you have to play the same way. I think that's the biggest one. And then finally, a little side one here that I think is also important. There's no rush in this game. All right, and if you really are looking at something and you don't like what you've done, don't settle, because you won't enjoy your time. Take the time and fix it if you feel like fixing it. If you don't feel like fixing it, don't. It's totally up to you. You are the master of your destiny with this game. So make sure that you keep that in mind and do whatever the hell you want to do. All right, if you want to start over, start over. If all of those things I just said, it's up to you. And don't like put guilt or something on yourself because you couldn't, you had to start over or whatever. All right, so just enjoy it. I started. This is my, I think, 6th playthrough. I have never finished the game. This is the farthest I've ever gotten. I have my own reasons, my own demons, in why I haven't beaten the game in 2,500 hours. Hopefully, you won't repeat my mistake. But if you want to, technically, it's not a mistake. It's how I've chosen to play the game. And there are no wrong ways to play the game. Almost. BFAR, are you excited to take a week off work to play Ashes? I am. I am excited to take a week off of work to play Ashes. It's going to be August 4th. There will be lots of streaming. There will be very little editing. I'm going to try to have a bunch of YouTube shorts lined up so that they'll be posting. But if I miss some shorts or whatever, it will be what it will be. We're going to have a good time that day. You start in the forest. All right, so a good example here, like let's say that's a tough start, by the way, or not exactly a tough start, but not an easy one. So let's say that you build out in the forest and you're like, oh man, I really don't like what I'm building. Feel free to move out here to this desert area, the northwest of the forest, and build some new shit out there. Like there's nothing stopping you from rebuilding your ironworks and your copperworks all over again in a bigger, better, nicer way with everything that you've learned. And then your initial factories can be mothballed and told to, they can be abandoned factories in the forest. So don't feel like, you have to delete them. You can just ignore them and move on to another area. So this is a great place. Okay, this is the rocky desert up here. This is also fun to build in. This is the Spire Coast. Okay, there's not a lot in kind of this little canyon here, but the forest, I'm sorry, the forest is right here. I was saying it was down there. It's right here. This is Crater Lakes. This is Crater Lakes. That's also a fun place to build too. Crater Lakes, and then this big lake in the middle. This is the forest here. Sorry. So it's gonna be west of the forest location. The Dune Desert's up here. It's challenging but fun to build in. Titan Forest is on the other side of the lakes. I would not recommend going up into the pink forest or the bamboo forest up here on this plateau, nor would I recommend going to the swamp anytime soon for a new player. These areas are really nasty. The green, the grassy fields down here, very easy. And then this area over here isn't too bad. It's kind of interesting. This is the purple crater. So anyway, the map is huge. Enjoy it. Enjoy the exploration of it. And there's lots of different things to see and explore. And take your time. That's what I would say. Sorry, long ass answer. Are those actual building factories or just nice buildings? They're both. These all have a factory inside of them. I've also used way too many signs. That's why I'm getting a little bit of FPS drop here and there, but it's worth it. Yeah, these are packed full of factories. These are my factories. Especially this one and this green one here are jam-packed, full to the brim with factories. I have buildings that are a half a meter from sticking out of the wall. In fact, I have this one right here that I actually couldn't even fit. So he's sticking out of the wall right there. Yeah. And then over here, I have my rocket fuel plant, which makes all the plastic and rubber and my power for the rest of the save. This was my Fixmas factory, which is an event that is coming in December that you'll be able to partake in. And it lasts for what, 6 to 8 weeks, something like that. So yeah. Okay, let's catch up on chat. Make sure I haven't missed anything. Marabou, good morning yourself. For me, it's evening, but good morning to those to which it is morning. That pond, the pond with Nessie, is Nessie in that? Stompy, hello. Did I miss anybody else? Korathal is here. Welcome, Korathal. I think I got everybody on YouTube, and Twitch is Mikey and Beefar. Okay, nice. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what we've done and what we have left to do. Hopefully that's not the start of actual hiccups. Hold on. Okay. So what we have completed is the prototype tower. All right, what I have loosely dubbed, hold on, pause. MT, do you use rocket fuel in your hover pack? No, the hover pack is electricity. You have to have electricity near you in order to use it, and it's like a tether, okay? You're thinking of the rocket pack, and that is this, or the jetpack, and I don't use rocket fuel in the jetpack. I use liquid biofuel right here, and you should use it too. You don't have to make, you just have to make a couple of 1 or 2 storage bins of it for the entire game. In my opinion, it is the best thing to use for everyday travel. There is some argument that if you are going exploring, that you might want to take some rocket fuel with you for some specific use cases, but I would say liquid biofuel for everyday use for the jetpack. Okay. All right, and the reason is because of how long you can use it. All right, it really helps you get around. Lone. Oh, hey, Lena. Thank you for that's Lena, right? I can't remember if that. Which one of you that is on Twitch. I think it was Lena, but I may be forgetting. Cool. I haven't gotten to that yet, so I was curious how it works. Yeah. So this is the hover pack. And this is the hover pack is what I use for construction because I can hover. I don't have to tap, right? I'm not falling. It's a lot harder to build with the rocket pack, but or the jet pack, but the jet pack gets you around a lot faster. Ken, how is the windows made on those buildings? With a sign behind them. And that's why my FPS is chugging. It's a cool effect, but it is costing me because of the thousands and thousands of signs that are on the screen right now. Now, I tried to reduce that a little bit with this design where I only have signs in the bands and they're turned off. So these bands right here, okay, you can see some signs right there, but then you can see the wall. See the difference between that and that black? It's really hard, but there's some texture behind the glass here that isn't there. And I've tried to reduce because even a sign that's turned off, I don't want to build if I can help it anymore, because I'm just trying to avoid any other major FPS drops. I'd hate to like, can you see when like this is pretty smooth over here, and then when I turn over here, it's not nearly as smooth, right? And that's fine. I'm pushing the envelope with not just myself but also the engine. My computer is basically the best computer that I can get for a personal computer without buying like server level things, right? But and there's some crazy things you can do, but I have a 5090, a water cooled 5090. It's an MSI Supreme liquid, and then I've got a 9950X 3D CPU. I've got 128 gigs of RAM and a nice fast NVMe. So I've got basically the best PC that you can kind of expect to get, and it was still very expensive. But you know, there's still FPS drops, and this only started when I finished this building, and that's because these are all orange. These are all orange signs. That's how I got it to look like glassy, shiny orange. Was the squeeze worth the grapes? I don't know. But it is what it is. Do I have a full water cooling loop? I just have the, I have two, I can't remember the acronym for them. But I don't have like a full loop. I have two separate radiators, one for the CPU and one for the GPU. I don't know why your account had unfollowed. Well, welcome back. Knowing what you know now, would you do the aluminum exterior differently? I might. This was a very costly way to do this. Maybe I could have found a color of concrete wall that provided the same effect. What I wanted was the shine, right? And the only way that we're really going to get that reflection, see this reflection right here? This reflection here, well, you can't even see it when you zoom in, but you can see these reflections a little bit right there and stuff. That is what I was going for, but it came at a pretty high cost. But yeah, if I had to do it again, I would probably find a nice orange color of maybe a concrete wall because it has very little texture, and then I'd put those behind the glass, or maybe even the fix-it metal wall, like a dark orange, and then just let the glass do the reflecting and call it good. That's probably what I would do if I had to do it over again. Yeah, the AIO. Yeah. I have two. I have the one that's built into the MSI Supreme Liquid. Okay, obviously that has its own. And then I have a one that went on top of my CPU. Yeah, the all-in-one. I just couldn't remember. Okay, yeah. It's Ray's. Okay, it's Ray's other account. Got it. Sign everywhere, sign. You get a sign, and you get a sign. Everybody gets a sign. Yeah, so thank you for following, by the way, on Twitch. I also got an AIO recently. I don't think I'll go back to doing custom loop. It's just too much work for little results. Yeah, the custom loops scared me because I don't want to make a mistake. Right, so if I can buy an all-in-one thing and it does basically the same job, I'm happy to do that. And I like having to not worry about, you know, having to worry about it. So yeah, yeah, the other. Okay, all right. So let's go back to what we were talking about. So I am trying to finish this playthrough. All right. We got a bunch more people. Okay. I'm all over the place. I want to mention something. I mentioned this right when we started, but there's a bunch more people. We are redoing the Discord. There's a lot of changes happen to the channel over the next couple months. We're changing the Discord, and while we were changing it to get ready for Ashes of Creation, we decided to change the way that we send out notifications. So I believe, if I understand it correctly, that everybody that was receiving YouTube and Twitch notifications via Discord now no longer have that role. You have to opt in. So if you want to opt in, you go to channels and roles. Okay, on the Discord, channels and roles. All right, right here. And then you click what live stream notification channel do you want to see? I have them both checked on. Okay. So just keep that in mind if you want to have those notifications through Discord. I'll probably be talking about that a bit because I think the way we changed it, it turned off everything for everybody. All right, we were doing at everyone, and so now we're gonna do at here, but you have to opt in. Anthony, good to see you, Ken. Gonna sleep to your wonderful voice. That always weirds me out a little. It always weirds me out. I'm glad you're listening. I'm glad that my channel will get the credit, though, to get the watch time. YouTube wants me to give you guys an ad. No. I say no. 50 people watching, 8 likes already. Thank you, guys. I ran a custom loop for a few years and saw no improvement in performance, and the labor to maintain the loop just isn't worth it, but it did look cool, so there's that. Well, I mean, yeah. You build a custom loop only if you want to build one. Performance is negligible given the risk. Yeah, BFAR. I think everybody's on the same page there. Okay, sorry. Now, what are we doing? I am trying to close out this save. Obviously, I'm trying to beat the game. I'm trying to finish this save. That's what we've been working towards for getting close to a year now on this save. We've been working on this playthrough for a year. We have about, I don't know, what? I think it's 850 hours, 860 hours right now. We've built all this stuff in the city. Plus we have some starter factories, and we also have the amazing Tyrell Corporation pyramid that was 100 hours spent. That is our raw resource train hub over here. All right, you can see the trains moving. All right, so there's been a lot that's happened on this playthrough, but all good things must come to an end. We are nearing the end of this. All right, guys, and so what we're trying to do is first we have to build the space elevator parts. That's what these towers are going to be. We have completed the first of 4. We completed the prototype. All right. It took a long time because we tested. We were like, oh, I don't like that. Let's try this angle. Ooh, let's chop off the front. I don't know about this. I don't know how to cover that edge in a way that looks good. I don't know how, right? And so it took, I think, 4 or 5 streams to get this tower built. Now that I'm happy with it, we are going to copy it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. All right. And then once all 4 are built, then we are going to build the phase 4 space elevator parts within these factories. Okay, all 4 parts. Let's take a look at the planned. I didn't prep it. Which one are you? Ooh, I got it right the first time. It's this one. I have a lot of tabs. That's why I have 128 megs of RAM. Or gigs, megs. I paid extra just so that I could have more tabs. All right, so this is the overall plan here for the space elevator parts. The 10 nuclear pasta is really the hard part. The rest of these are relatively small, and so this is the flow chart. It is big, it is complicated. This is by no means an easy factory, but I wouldn't necessarily call this a mega factory. I know plenty of people that make their Phase 4 space elevator parts much bigger than this. I think this is actually relatively modest, in my opinion. If you're new to the game, this looks ridiculous, but you have to remember that this is basically the end of the game. There's really only one more thing to do after we complete the Phase 4 space elevator parts. Okay, and then a quick overview. There is a decent amount of materials that have to be brought up, including 4,400 water. We'll do that in another water train. This 5,300 copper ore is no small feat. 2,300 bauxite, right? So I mean, there's a lot that has to be trained up in here. Okay, a lot happens. But that is this is the sets of machines that are going to go into the 4 towers that we're trying to build. And by the way, speaking of machines, it is a total of 952. And by the way, it's probably going to turn out to be a lot more than that, because typically when I build my blueprints, I tend to underclock. Okay, so I end up building more machines, but I have some underclocking to dial in the numbers that I want. I tend to underclock and build more, then overclock and build less if they don't line up just perfectly. Okay, and so it's going to end up being a lot more than 952 machines. And then the biggest boys are these particle accelerators, which, by the way, I plan on, it's kind of hard to see, but I do plan on making them poke out of this diagonal part of the tower, so we'll be able to see the particle accelerators. But yes, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the start of today's stream is probably the first of, I would say, 4 to 6 of us building these towers. Now, I considered whether or not I wanted to build 1 tower at a time, but I rejected that. I think what I'm going to do, actually, I know what I'm going to do, is we're going to build 1 process at a time on all 3 towers. And so what I'll do is I'll set the foundations on this one, and then I'll go over and set the foundations on that one, and then I'll go over and I'll set the foundations on that one, and then we'll build up the walls up until a certain point on this one, and then we'll do the same to that one, and then so on and so forth. And the reason why is because there's some really tricky things that I did to get this to work, and it's going to be a pain in the ass for me to remember how I did them. And I don't want to remember how I did them 3 times. I want to remember how I did them once and then immediately do that thing 3 times in a row. I think that's going to be a lot less frustrating for me, and it's going to save some time in the long run. So that's what we're going to do. I don't know how far we're going to get today, but then our thumbnails will kind of show all 3 towers kind of growing together, rather than, oh, in this stream we finished tower 2, and then this stream we finished tower 3, right? It'll just be all 3 towers progressing together. Let's see. I didn't have to change anything and still got notifications. I already had all roles turned on. Right, if you turned on all roles, I think you're safe, because it falls under the all roles. Unless it's a server or something, that's about the only benefit is the looks. Yeah, if it's a server, it doesn't matter. Yeah, on the water cooler, you're still going to have the connector tube between the 4 buildings. I am. That's another thing. We are going to connect these 4 buildings with some interconnected tubes, and I think they're going to look really cool. I don't know exactly how those are going to turn out yet, but we're going to do those after we build them, and we'll get an idea of what we're building where, and to kind of figure that out. Okay, So yes, we are going to do interconnecting tubes, sky tubes. I want to do them on the diagonal with the various towers. Okay, so it's going to look. This is really going to be more like a complex, right? I want it to look like a cohesive complex more than just 4 towers that look the same that are all next to each other. Yes, and then what is after that? Now I think building these towers are going to take, I don't know, a week and a half. Then we're going to have to start, constructing the factory within. That's going to be a couple of weeks. By somewhere in there, we're going to start playing Ashes, and Satisfactory is going to go down to 1 night a week, which is, in a way, I know is bad news for you guys because you like to watch Satisfactory all the time. But in another way, it will make this playthrough last a little bit longer. But it is what it is, really. I need to start playing another game before I finish the Satisfactory playthrough completely, if you know what I mean. And so what are we going to do after these 4 towers and after the 4 space elevator parts? Well, we're going to send those 4 space elevator parts up the space elevator, which is up there. We're at a terrible angle to look at it. And then we'll be in phase 5. And phase 5 is going to be built over here. And we're going to build over here Arasaka Tower from Cyberpunk 2077, and this is going to be the finale. Okay, the finale of this playthrough. All of phase 5 is going to be built inside this 1 mega tower, and that factory looks like this. Lots of stuff, and it is, from a flowchart perspective, very beastie. And what we're going to do is we're going to truck over the parts that we made in the phase 4 factories that we're building now and are going to be a part of this factory. So in a sense, all the rest of the factories we're going to build are really just one giant factory. Okay, because we're going to build the 4 space elevator parts here, and then we're going to ship them over to here to be used as part of the components to build the phase 5 space elevator parts to beat the game. And all of this is planned. We know exactly how many machines are, we know our target number of output, but how we get there isn't determined yet. We'll figure that out as we go. But essentially, we know how many machines we're going to be building. Okay. Is that it? I think that's it. And then we'll probably spend a few weeks, maybe a month, going through and doing all final fix-up, right? Just cosmetic only. After we've beaten the game, we're going to keep playing. We're going to get this kind of dialed in. We're going to have some fun. We're going to enjoy our time in the world that we've created, and, add any fun little side things that we want to do after we've beaten the game. And then we will say goodbye to Satisfactory. I have no plan. Now, by the way, this is probably going to be, it could be Christmas. It could be 6 months before we are done. I don't know. It could be longer. But right now, I have no plans to play another Satisfactory playthrough after this. I have so many more games that I want to play, you guys. The Crust, Schedule 1, Expedition 33, obviously Ashes of Creation. A lot of time in there. We're going to be making a guild in there. Timberborn, Shapes 2. I would play Stellaris on this channel if I had the chance. There's probably some games coming that I want to play that I don't know that I want to play, right? So I can't just play Satisfactory 4 days a week, 12 hours a day, for the rest of my life. I'm not a machine, okay? I build machines, all right? I automate, so the machines do the work for me. All right, so that's the plan. You know what I realized when we were talking is that we have a tunnel to build. Let's build the tunnel first. It's Bits. Hey, buddy. I was just walking through the plan for the save. I don't know how much you saw. We're in the presence of greatness. Bits is on Twitch, lurking. He's lurking over on Twitch. Some say, I don't say this, some say that Bits and I look like we're related. But, you know, you'll have to decide that for yourself. But yes, so here's what I'm thinking. This tower is going to be a little bit special, and I want to put a tunnel in, kind of maybe a glass tunnel, so that we can take this road and pass him through and attach him to this intersection over here. All right, so we'll have two ways of getting from section to section, and that is this overpass that is already in, and then I want this tunnel over here and kind of a glass tunnel. Smooth kin, maybe younger kin. I don't know how old Bits is, but I think he might be a little bit too old to be my son. That is what has been speculated, but it is not true. It is not true. I've never been to the UK. Okay? I have been to Germany. I have been to Europe, but I've never been to the UK. You're 34? Well, yes. So I am 41. I would have to be, I would have had you at 9 years old, which I don't know if that is, definitely not advisable. I don't even know if that's physically possible. So I think we're in the clear. How about older brother? I'll take older brother. The gray older brother. So there you go. Mandrical is here on YouTube. Welcome. All right. So yeah, I think what I want to do first before we get started on these three towers is build a glass tunnel. And yeah, go from there. So first question, do we just delete, build a road like our normal road setup, as if the building isn't there? I think so. And then we will build some glass where the road is. I'm leaning towards that. MT says, you think it happens? What is he? Is he a liar? Yeah, I think that's what we do here, guys. Okay. Road comes down, turns right, heads this way, connects over here. And then we'll build some nice looking glass floor, glass or ceiling, depending on your perspective, and a glass wall so that they can drive on through. I think that's kind of what I want to do. We have a lot of flooring to build under here. All of this is going to need flooring because we're going to be sending trains over here, just like we're sending them over there. There's still a lot to do. There's a lot to do. So many trains. It's really cool with the waterfall in the background. I do love what I've built. I do indeed. I love it. Okay. Oh, you know what else I was thinking? I was thinking of building this road like right up against. I need a custom piece for that. No street light. Okay, what if we do no street light? Or do I build it and then delete what we don't want? Would that be easier? Okay, Sooner, thank you for the sub on Twitch. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. How would this look? So we delete this. And this. And then we pick this off. Center light is out here, unfortunately. What if I make a blueprint? We might use this again over there. Okay, all right, it's decided. I'm gonna make a blueprint. I wasn't gonna do this, but when in doubt, make a blueprint. All right, let's do this. Nope. Nope. Do you ever feel burnt out of this or not? Yes. I am not one to lie to you guys. How's the best way to say this? I no longer, I mean, I still have every bit of, I'm very, very much looking forward to having this complete, right? I actually had, way back before I started my channel, I had this dream of being able to make a playthrough that was good enough to be reviewed by some big channel. I'm not hinting at anything, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, all right, that I would, I want to complete an awesome playthrough. That has not changed, okay? I will tell you that only streaming Satisfactory since March of this year, every day, 4 days a week, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, have worn down my love for the process. Love is not a good word, but worn down sort of the excitement that I have to get in here and do the process work. I still have the end game goal has not dimmed. The reason that I'm playing is still to finish this, and it always has been, and I'm looking forward to that. But the excitement to get in here and just play isn't there. It's one of the reasons why I have said that Wednesdays are going to be my wild card days, and I reserve the right in the future to play whatever I want on a Wednesday. All right, we're wild card Wednesdays, and I think when I go back to once a week Satisfactory, I will really be looking forward to it, and I'll enjoy it a lot more. And if I'm not enjoying it, you guys won't enjoy it. You guys probably noticed I was getting a little grumpy, a little frustrated with not anybody but myself and the game a little bit the last couple streams. Not the last couple, the last stream was fine, but a few streams before that. So part of that is just I'm going through some stuff. But, you know, part of it is too that I just don't have the kind of the joy to like, it's Satisfactory Day. A lot of people are asking me what I'm going to do for my, by the way, we're at 125 viewers on YouTube. A lot of people are asking me what I'm going to do for a future playthrough, and I'm not 100% sure there will be one. There will probably be one, but not for a while. So yeah, I am a little burnt out. I'm looking forward to some of the things. I mentioned those earlier, and that's why I'm looking forward to them. Right? I'll tell you, and I'm not going to make this mistake again. I made this mistake twice in the last 6 months. Schedule 1 was booming. Everybody was playing it. I had a personal desire to play it. And sorry, I'm digressing here, but let's be clear. I'm not saying that I wanted to play Schedule 1 and Expedition 33 because they were popular, okay, on the stream. That's an added bonus, right? It'll help my channel grow if I play things while they're popular, right? But I wanted to play them, all right? Dune was like a maybe. I sort of kind of wanted to play it. I think it would have been fun, but I didn't have like the desire to stop playing Satisfactory for a little while. I should have just played Schedule 1 while it was booming, while everybody was talking about it, while I wanted to play it. I should have just done it. Should have done the same thing with Expedition 33. I should have just jumped in and been playing it. If another game comes along like that I want to play, okay, it has to, that is kind of like one of those kind of trending games and everybody's talking about it, and I want to play it, I will do that. That's what my Wildcard Wednesday is for. Expedition 33 just became my top game this past 10 years, took over The Last of Us, full on masterpiece. Well, it's funny you should mention that, Bits. So I have a confession to make. I watched the first episode of Bits' Expedition 33 playthrough, so I know a little bit of the story. When I play through it myself, but I've promised myself I'm not going to watch any more. I sat down with Minikin, and we sat and we watched it. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for making that, Bits. I appreciate it. It's really the only footage that I've seen, except for a couple of like meme things. I kind of know one or two other things that happen, but I don't know how we get there. But yes, I did watch Bits' first hour and a half playthrough of Expedition 33. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I was planning on playing it anyway, and I was like, oh, I shouldn't watch this. Oh, I shouldn't watch this. I should wait until I play it on the stream. But I was like, fuck it, let's go. so I did watch an hour and a half of that. It was very good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you for making it, Bits. And I promise I won't watch anymore. So that there's no so that the rest of the story is a surprise for me. I promise. I'm actually planning on playing that in December. I figure there's a very high. I know the episode is the tip of the iceberg. Don't try to convince me to watch it. YouTube, the second episode keeps popping up on YouTube, and every day I have to be like, oh, I can't. So don't you sit there and try to convince me to watch it. Because I'm already wavering. All right, let's fix this. No, but I'm actually planning on playing that in December on the channel. I figure there's a very good chance it wins Game of the Year in December, and even if it doesn't, it'll be kind of, everybody will be thinking about it again, and new people will probably be trying it, and so I think it's a good time to play it in December. That'll give me a chance for Ashes of Creation to calm down a little bit, and there's some other things I want to play. I can get through Schedule 1 before then. I can get through the Crust, and so, by the way, I've been listening since the game came out to the music for Expedition 33 so often. Every time I get into the car, my phone just thinks that I want to listen to it again, and it just starts playing, and my wife is like, are we listening to this again? So it's crazy. It's a game that I've really enjoyed a lot of media for, and I haven't even played it. It's probably the only time that's ever happened to me. But I will. I promise that I will play it. I'll play it on the stream, and I promise not to ruin my own surprise anymore by watching Bits' playthrough on it. All right, let's see. What were we gonna try to do? We'll do the no center. Street lights with no center. This is the narrow street construction blueprint. That's what these are. These are all the narrow streets versus the highway or the main street that goes through the center. You guys can see how my FPS is kind of dragging after all those signs. So the game you should be playing now is Grounded, since Grounded 2 comes out next week. Well, there's so many. I got so many in the queue, Bits. I gotta. You're probably right. You're the man. I should be taking lessons from you on how to run a channel. But I am all set and ready to rock on Ashes. So I've been really looking forward to that myself. Let's do street light with no center light. Let's do street light. We gotta shorten this. No center light. Edge. City edge. Has no center light. Let's do designed for the edge of the city. Becoming a variety creator comes with the challenges. I know it does. And it's really, though, I think it's the next thing. It's the next step for me, like growth wise for the channel and myself too. I was never going to be the guy that plays Satisfactory for 10,000 hours. It was never going to happen. I am first and foremost an MMO player, but I do enjoy other games. And so I think playing those other games on the channel is really where things are going to go. But I do expect kind of a loss in viewership. If I'm not playing Satisfactory, it comes with the territory. It is what it is. Maybe one day I can do this full time, but right now I'm just going to play what I want to play and be myself, and what comes. I tell you what, call me sometime because I want to make your life easier when you take that step. All right, Bits, I will, man. We'll talk. I appreciate that. Let's see. I want to make sure my YouTube chat isn't bugged. Nobody said anything in a minute. Stupid browser window sometimes bugs out. No, I think we're good. But yeah, we'll talk about that. I played Ashes of Creation last week, playing it again on Friday. There's a new alpha coming out. Alpha 3 launches on August 4th. So I'll be really diving into that, and then I will keep Satisfactory going, and I'll run them simultaneously for a while, and then I'll probably slip in some off streams here and there of things like Schedule 1 or the Crust. And then once this playthrough fully is completed, then I think I'll be truly in the realm of variety streamer at that point. You tried OSRS? I don't know. What is that? OSRS. Old school RuneScape. No, I never played RuneScape. That was never my thing. My brothers played that. It wasn't never mine. Okay, so this is now going to be the center light only. Let's move this up. Let's delete these. And actually, this probably shouldn't even be there. Where is this going to be? It's going to have to be under here. Because we want to make a nice, clean wall. Can we half nudge down? Thank the Lord we can half nudge down. But yeah, Bits, I'll take you up on that offer. I'll reach out to you. I'll message you. When things calm down a little bit for me and I'm not pulling my last remaining hair out, trying to get ready for all the things that I have going on, I'll reach out to you and get your advice. You've already given me some advice. You gave it to me very casually once after I'd rated you, and I've been paying attention to it. So you probably don't even remember, but you gave me a little advice. And by the way, you and What Darren Plays were the two people that I watched when I first started playing Satisfactory. And I actually, Bits, I don't know if I've told you this, but I've taken a piece of advice that you give, that I heard you say in an episode, one of your episodes, way back in update 7, I think, update 7, and I tell it to everybody who will listen. I tell them that if you don't like something, delete it. I actually gave that advice today. And I heard that from you, and it changed the way that I look at Satisfactory, and it made it much more enjoyable for me. So I appreciate that. Mallory, the Ashes stream was good. I watched it after the fact. I thought it was interesting how you like the endgame content of the dungeons and not the grind to max level. The grind is your favorite part. Right, I get that. And that's why most people have, like, lots and lots of characters. I like the endgame stuff of those social sandbox PvP type games. I like the end game PvP, right? And so that for me is where the content's going to be. That's what I'm going to love. Okay, let's try to keep going here. Although we're chatting and having a nice time, we also need to learn to. It's hard for me to have these like kind of really intense conversations. Not intense, but like. I really want to, concentrate on what I'm saying and build a brand new blueprint that and design it live, right? It's hard for me to do both those things. So I would rather whole ass one thing than half ass two things. All right, let's put the double here again. Can we get you where you need to be? All right, let's clear this out. All you guys are done. We don't need you anymore. Even not. I don't know. I know for sure you're gone. And I've forgotten how I did this. And I know for sure that you're gone. Okay. That means... Alright, and now we need you. Right there. And then we're going to delete this. We're going to connect this to this. Then we'll put him back. Okay, so that means we don't need you guys anymore. Don't need that wall. Don't need that wall. We need to line these up a lot better than they are. Or can we just bring it straight down? Can we just bring you straight down? Way cleaner. You guys are out of here. You guys are out of here. And then you guys, do we keep you? We might keep you. Let's see what we're doing for glass. I think we go with this. Probably double. Let's put him back where he goes. Delete this. Okay, so this will stick on the outside of the city. And then we can maybe do something like this. I probably shouldn't do this. This is probably a terrible idea. I'm going to do it anyway. I can't help myself. Those go there. Ooh, we have to light the outside. Purple or teal? Purple or teal? Just got it. We making a road? Yeah, so we're making a special road, or making half of our road special, and it's gonna run on the anytime we want to run a road on the outside. So this is like the edge of the city right here, and our trucks are gonna run just inside of it. I didn't want a sidewalk out there. I want to bring the road right up to the edge. But I'm glad you like the Ashes stream. I actually had some big challenges with the Ashes stream, and it's going to be a recurring challenge, and that is correctly interacting in a way that makes sense with you guys, the live stream, but also correctly interacting with my party, right? The group that I am tanking for, the PvP group, and the guild that I am leading. And I do have this beacon software and this hardware that really helps me mute things and turn things on and off very, very quickly. And without it, last Friday would have been really, really difficult. I just got to get used to talking to you guys, kind of managing it all. It is one hell of a multitask, I will tell you. But it's gonna be great. It's gonna take some practice for me to pull off. But once I do, I think we'll be in a good spot. All right. Maybe make a purple and teal and have each edge a different color. I was thinking both. I was thinking, oh wait, each edge. What do you mean by each edge? I was thinking like purple down here and teal up there. That's actually what I was thinking. The only problem with that is that the purple is gonna have the cross hatches, and unless we build these up here, which I suppose we could, right? We get rid of these. I don't know if I like that. I like it thin up here. Right, because I love my cross hatches. So let's get this in first. I'm pretty sure we have and I am thinking actually we go purple down and teal above. And so I'm pretty sure we have an orange purple or a yellow purple. Yeah, it's right here. This is our yellow purple. Okay, so we delete this, and oops, not that. And we build this, that, and put these back. The hell? All right. Here's the purple. How are we gonna do that? Four out, four up. Doesn't look good. Oh my goodness, that looks amazing. That's what we're gonna do. how do we prep that? How do we prep it? Let me think. And I've really worked myself into a corner here. Okay. One. Nope. It's okay. See, that's not where he was either. He was here. Oh, was he there? He was here. He was there. See, that doesn't line up. How do I get this easier? How do you select the blueprints while looking at it? Like this. Miracle Man. Hey, man. Hey, man yourself. You're an actual man. A miracle man. How's it going? Or is that America? That's Marical. America L Man. How's it going? Yeah, so how you get this is you go to delete, but you select delete all or delete blueprint, and then you sample. Okay, you switched over to this account for now. We're going to be leaving in about an hour and a half or so to go to the coast. Nice. So don't worry, though. I'll be back home in time for Friday's game time. All right. Well, Ray, have a good birthday. And why don't you take some pictures and put it on the Discord for us all. Miracle, like miracle with an E. Yeah, I figured. It looked like Murica. Jakes, good day, Unk. Good day, chat. How's it going, Jakes? Okay, I am trying. I really like how this looks. There. Am I just going to have to do that? I'm probably just going to have to do that. Let's just do that. Let's run a little test. We're not done with this blueprint. We're just running a test. Make sure that this aspect works the way that I want it to work. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna build this bad boy. We're gonna build him right here. Right here. So he's gonna need a wall here. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come through and do this and delete after I build it. And that is what I wanted. That looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. And then what will look good out here? I'm thinking. What if I got an idea? I've got an idea. We put the teal up here. Okay, something like this. And we're gonna need some overlap. All right, so that's option one. Or to save on postage, I'll just poison him with this. Or double purple and a teal. Teal, purple, teal. Or teal, purple, blank. Teal, purple, blank. Teal, purple, teal. Purple, purple, teal. Trying to see what it'll look like, you know, like at a distance. I think I like the teal line on top. I think I do. Maybe build the blueprint up a meter or two to get the pillar to place right. Then I'd have like weird space at the bottom. There's not going to be I don't mind doing that little bit by hand afterwards. That's going to be way easier than changing the nature of the blueprint, I think, Mallory. Right, well, we're going to get there sometime to see the sunrise. Going to start with those pics. Nice. Yeah, definitely. I look forward to seeing your vacation pics in the Discord, Ray. All right, what do you guys think? I think I like the teal line up there. Ooh, let's change it to nighttime. Teal, purple, purple from bottom up. You want teal at the bottom? You want teal? Okay, all right. So he's saying teal, purple, purple. Orthol, why you gotta do that? That was not an option. Hey, Ian. The purple on top is a little less intense. For good or ill, it is a little less intense. Probably a good reason to put the teal behind the cross hatches. What if we did double lines of teal at the bottom and purple on the top? Yeah, the middle color does get lost. Teal, purple, purple. I think so too. I think two purples and a teal. The teal is a little bit brighter, and so the purple needs a little bit more oomph. So the question is, do we do teal on the bottom or the top? All right, so we've narrowed it down. We're gonna do two purples and a teal. The middle is gonna be purple. The question is the teal top or bottom? That's the question. The only question. Does it look like the left side or does it look like the right side? Let's take a look. Let's take a look, see. Yeah, see. Can we stop? Thank you. I'm leaning towards teal on the top. Get that like bright kind of like spark. Corthal likes it. Yeah, bracketing them with the same colors. Chris is teal on top. We need a tiebreaker. A couple more people. What do you guys think? Left side or right side? Oops, hit the mic. Purple, purple, teal, or teal, purple, purple? I'm gonna make a whole set of now not everybody's gonna get this, only sections of it. Although I mean maybe if I like it, I'll put this barrier around the whole thing. Perhaps. I don't know. Maybe we'll just do this section. I like the bottom the same color with a hatch. Yeah, I like the two hatches the same color. I think that's why I like the other one. The teal on top for sure. Oh no, Ludair says on Twitch says left. It's 3-2. Ian, it's 4-2, and I'm with the 4 right now. It's 4-2. And I count as infinity. So it's infinity plus 4-2. The whole save isn't going to be like the whole city isn't going to be like this, but I think like maybe this part is. I'm not sure how much, but if we like it, I'll build more of it. But we need it minimum through this section. Void interferer. You're an interferer, all right. You're adding to the to the other side. Guys, I think I have to go with right. I like how it pops. I like how the teal pops on the top. James, hello, how are you? I'm doing great. By the way, if you guys don't know, I'm in picture mode. I'm not in fly mode or creative mode or anything. I'm in picture mode. That's me. Will this wall be the side wall of the tunnel? It's going to be the outside edge. That's a good question. It wasn't going to be, but now it probably should be. I should probably do both sides. Well, I don't have to. I probably should. I'm probably only going to make one though, and then we'll put in the barrier by hand. Full of leavings. A barrier around the whole city. I do actually like this idea around the whole city. Except for maybe where the rocket fuel plant is. Teal pops more, but should it? Cues music. Yeah, no, I was gonna definitely do a glass tunnel. I was. But maybe since we're spending all this time designing what that glass looks like, then we can use it in two places. Or at least partial. Okay, sorry. That throws me over the side to using the right side. Because if we copy this, then on a side that doesn't have the bottom edge, like over here, then it's teal purple. And then it would only be purple. Yeah, honestly, we'll probably do this around the whole city, right? Because we don't want this like boring ass edge look. Everywhere we could probably do this. Whether or not we do the rest of this depends on what's happening at that part of the city. But I do think that. So what if we bring back this? There's a reason in my mind for this. I'm trying to think holistically. We like this. Let's not die. Ain't nobody got time for that. I don't know. Hit the wrong button. I don't know. I know, I do. I will need some edge around the city to give it a completed look. I agree. I think those have to match. I think the two the hatches have to match. I think they have to match. I don't like one and then the other. So we need a zoop for blueprints. I think there's an argument for that. I think the counter argument is if you're gonna zoop blueprints, then are we past the point of like building our own like, is it too much? Guys, I think this is it. You think the outside edge should be teal like the outside edge of other buildings? Well, we have some teal and we have some purple. But I think it should be one color like the other buildings. In a way, we do have zooping blueprints. To be fair, we have blueprint mode, which is pretty close. All right, I think this is it, guys. I think this is our boy. You could change the edge to orange on the rocket fuel plant? Maybe. Yeah, the rocket fuel plant has very little visible purple and orange. That wouldn't be a terrible thing. All right, I think I'm gonna go with this. Yeah, I like the teal with the two purples as well. We'll do the leading edge gets the overage. Ooh, we do have to build... I forgot. Let's get the light back on so we can see. Yeah, I thought I had a white line there. I mean, see which one color goes best with all the buildings. Well, I mean, depending on where you're like, we're gonna have massive teals and purples everywhere, and a little bit of orange over at the rocket fuel factory. So this road section is really only a small portion, I think, of the outside, unless we really love this glass look and we do it whether or not there is a road. We may do that. Okay, let's load the next one. We have 2 more to retrofit. They won't have any of the light work, so they'll be quick. Street with no center divide ×2. Street NCD. X2. City edge. Autosave. We need the purple teal. I mean, sorry, purple yellow. One long times one. Save. Okay, let's update these. All right, let's build some, shall we? Light's gonna be here. It's not there. Okay. Then this is outside the city, so I mean outside the building. So here. Ah. Good night, Corlo. Almost 500 viewers. Yeah, wow. Guys, I last time I looked up, there was like 250, and it's freaking doubled. Welcome everybody. We are building a cyberpunk city, and I'm trying to work on this edge out here. I'd like to get to these other 3 towers as soon as I kind of upgrade these roads. As you can see, my FPS is a little bit dodgy lately. And it's because I built way too many signs. So it is what it is. We'll try not to look over there. Okay. We need to fix this. We've now moved him 1, 2, 3. Which means that to center this guy up, we have to move him at least 1. Let's move him 2. Let's move him 2 so that we have more room to get in and out here. He was here. We're gonna move him 2 foundations. It's 1. It's 2. And you're gone. All right, now let's count the foundations between the light poles. It's 8. It should be 7. Oh, it's 8. Well, I made a mistake somewhere. 8. 9. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. There should be, hold on, bug. Stupid little fly thing. There should be 9 and then 8. That makes sense. And then we copy it here. Ah. We need power. Lost our power. 502. Yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well. Treeslin, thank you for the follow on Twitch. What happened to my power? Why aren't these guys connected? That's what I'm worried about. Were these guys never connected? We ran into this weird problem before, so I'm hesitant to just do this. But as long as there's no connection, and there isn't, we can do our connection here. All right. Okay. Should we do? Yes, we should copy this. Let's go. Let's remember what we did here. I like this for a corner. Welcome, everybody. The viewers are streaming in. We're at 520. I appreciate it. If there's anybody that's new and awake, let me know. Maybe we can do a little mini tour here, but I am sort of in the midst of a construction project. All right, so we have our corner, and then basically we take the light as close to the edge as we can. Where is our edge from our corner piece? Okay, our actual corner. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're turning. Or better yet, what did I do? I put this in. Yeah. All right. Can I do this? From the corner piece. 1, yeah, 3. With corner knocked out of it. And that corner starts our piece. Let's see if we can figure this out. I've already built a corner that, in a way I like. So I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I want a sense of, you know, consistency. All right, so let's put our corner piece in. It looks like this. 1, and then 1, 2, 3. Then we had a, let's get rid of all the patterns for now. We'll put them back later. Then we need a double yellow single right here. So we're not going to be able to do that. Yes. Very close to what we were cut off before. Should we put the light? No. Pretty awesome tonight. Yeah, 535. Welcome, everybody. No, I need the single yellow. Okay, let's fly under here and fix this. All right, where's our last boys gonna be? Here? To make the corner? Probably. That's the equivalent of here. Watching you while playing the Sandustry demo. Sandustry. Maybe one day. I think this looks good. I think we're on the right track. I think I'm going to connect all these up. And let's do a light test. Before we build all of the rest of the pieces. How far are you with your current save regarding all the builds? I am probably 80 to 85% in. We just have to do, well, I was talking about this before, but it's essentially one mega factory left that is split into 5 buildings. All right, it's these 2 factories, but one feeds directly into the other. So this is the final phase 5 factory, but as you can see, we import some magnetic field generators and some nuclear pasta and some assembly director systems. And where's the other one? Plastic and rubber, of course, and thermal propulsion rockets, right? So we're importing some stuff into the system. What we're importing, those big items come from here, a whole nother factory. This whole other factory, all it does is make these 3 green boxes. Boom, 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 boom. Those are the 3 materials that get shipped over to the other factory. We're trying to build this. This one gets chopped into 4 buildings, right? So if you think of like this flowchart plus that other flowchart is really just one giant factory, because all of the outputs for this are going to get shipped over to the other thing. We're just breaking them apart a little bit. And then this gets chopped further into 4 different buildings. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and we're trying to get the roads in so that we build the buildings and the roads are in place so we can ship them. Keys, nice work, man. Love the vids. Thank you. Orthel will be very upset. No, we're not going to play it right now. Just one day. One day. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, things are going well. We're having a good time. We are progressing. I am getting, for whatever reason, YouTube is delivering me viewers today. Big viewers. It's a big viewer day. All right, let's run over. We have to build a car to get there because it's so far away. Let's run over and reset. The street lights. I'm driving on the wrong side of the road. I know. It'll be okay. All right, let's head back. Let's head back this other way. My plans after reaching 100%. Any plans after reaching 100%? Will you continue with the current save, or would you start a new one and a new theme, or is that to be determined later? No, I have a general plan. After this save, I will play on this a bit after we beat the game. There's going to be a lot of little cosmetic things that I'm going to probably want to fix. That I'm probably skipping now. I try to do as much cosmetics as we go. I mean, as you can see, there's plenty of cosmetics here, right? But like, you know, I mean, there's still some things that I'm going to want to fiddle with when we're done with the game. And then, you know, I will kind of let, if any, you know, other content creators want to, you know, do a video on this, I think it would be really cool. That's kind of one of my end game goals, right? Make something interesting enough that, you know, other people want to cover it. Walk around inside of it. But after that, in terms of like another playthrough, I don't have any hard plans for another Satisfactory playthrough. I've got a couple of ideas that I might do, but I have to get excited for them. And right now, that's hard for me. It's kind of like asking me right now, while I am trying to finish the last bites of food on a huge plate and I'm full, it's asking me what I want for dinner tomorrow. Right? Like, I don't care. I can't, I'm a little, like, I gotta get through this, and I'm not gonna really think about that or make any decisions on that until I'm excited for Satisfactory again. And there's gonna be a lot of games between now and then. It may be a year, it might be 2 years before we get to play Satisfactory again. I can foresee perhaps two things that'll get me back in Satisfactory: a huge update, some sort of collaboration if somebody wants to, you know, play with me, perhaps. And I actually, when and if I play Satisfactory again, I think I already know what I'm gonna do. It's the only thing that I am even remotely excited about. But again, we're talking like down at the bottom list of 15 things that I want to do first. The main thing that I'm starting up over the next few weeks, Friday is the first day of that, is another game called Ashes of Creation. So I'm going to be playing that. Hello, Serenity. We're up to 600 viewers right now. So I have plans. There's a lot of games I want to get to on the channel. Will I play Satisfactory again? Probably, but I have to be excited. Okay. By the way, just really quickly, you're gonna try to do a Fallout build with a friend. I'm gonna tell you guys what I'm thinking. Listen, guys, if I do this, it's gonna be like 1.5 to 2 years from now. Okay, so I just want everybody to just relax with this, but still, I'm gonna tell you anyway because I am evil. Evil incarnate, and I'm going to do this to you. But I was thinking about building a cyberpunk version of Minas Tirith, and the entire game is in the city. Everything. The bottom layer, we do smelting. Next layer we do basics, like all the wire we need for the rest of the map. We'd have to plan out every single factory, everything, from top to bottom. Basically, this is the mega build. This is the only thing that even remotely excites me. But that's not going to happen for a significant amount of time, so I don't want to belabor it. But that's sort of what I'm thinking. But I have to, to continue the analogy, I have to finish this meal and then get hungry again for the next one. Your builds are awesome. I've only been playing Satisfactory for 2 weeks. Nice, welcome. Well, I try to, I try not to discourage people with all of this stuff, and some people do get discouraged. The point for me with this is all of these is this is just a summation of a lot of cool tricks, right? That's all really this is. It's just a lot of tricks added on top of each other, plus a lot of patience. All right, and so what I want to do is I want to show you what's possible, and then also show you the cool tricks. And if you're here watching me in the VOD or in the live stream, you're already a leg up, because a lot of people ask me in the comments of my YouTube shorts, like, how do you do this? Well, I can't just like type it out in a freaking YouTube comment, okay? Being here, seeing me design a blueprint from the bottom up like we've done today, right? Like trying to think about how it's going to look globally, all this stuff. This happens. It's one small little decision at a time, right? There's no easy solution. So if I can show you guys and teach you guys, the building tricks that I'm using, then, you can take that, and then you can take those things and then apply them in your way, in a way that you determine, and then your playthrough will look completely different than mine. I'm just showing you the tools, right? You'll build your own house your way. I'll need future tech to run it, probably. Okay, let's build out the rest of this. Where is a single with no center here? Actually, we need a single with a center. Single with the center here. Single with a no center here. All right, the rest of these are dubs. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, he's already over there. My bad. You're gonna go there. Here. Here, let's see if blueprint mode will work for us today. Not too shabby. All right, just like that, the road is in. I'm kind of like between, like, as long as you guys can see well enough, I can see well enough. Then I'll keep it kind of dark like this. By the way, little side note. When I got my camera up about a month ago, oh no, what's this? Oh no, Mr. Bill. Okay. I said I was going to get serious about, again, I've been serious before, about some major weight loss. And I did for a while, and we made some progress. and then I stopped. So I'm trying to get back. So I didn't I do actually have a spreadsheet that's tracking my weight. But I am gonna get back to it. I have gotten back to it these last couple of days, and you know, lots of different things that I'm doing. But what I'm gonna do soon, in the next week, I'm gonna add a weight loss text chat to the Discord, because there's been a lot of people that have messaged me that basically me trying to, you know, lose some weight and me talking about it has kind of inspired them to do the same. And so we're gonna have a little text chat to talk about that kind of stuff, and you know, the details of what we're all doing, and kind of, I don't know, a little support group. You know, we can post our weight losses and stuff. You know, nothing formal like a weight loss contest or anything like that, but just something to where we can chat about it. I've been thinking about doing that for a while, so we're gonna do that sometime this week. It'll be in the general section of the Discord, and so that's just a little side thing. But I've gotten back to my intermittent fasting, and I've been walking the last couple of days, and so you know, I'm trying to get back on the horse. I gotta slim up this figure so that you know, I can really bring in the big numbers, right? That's in my head, that's my fake motivation. The real reason, it's not even actually, the real reason is just because you know, I'm 41 and it's time to lose some weight. But I know how to do it. I just got to do it. So I'm using you guys as a as almost like an excuse to help me. Necro Crux, first time joining the stream, loving the build so far. Thank you. And Okie Sooner, have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Okay, so we're going to go away. Let's change the double purple. The hot bar. Actually decided to do the yellow and the purple. That way we can switch it back and forth as needed. Okay, so these go here. This is gonna go like that. Or can we go on blueprint mode and just... Yeah, that'd make things way too easy, wouldn't it? Okay. We can do this. And okay. This is always a tricky part. Try to get something like a corner. Now, I should probably actually make a blueprint that does this for us. And I actually will do, I'm going to do that right now. Right, because I don't want to have to build that like forever. And we can also cut down a little bit on the signage if we make a custom one for that. Now we're still gonna have to do, I should probably actually do a purple with a blank so that we don't double it up. Over 650 viewers. Go like the VOD guys and check out the Discord. Welcome to the stream. Yes. So I do think probably the majority of the people that are in the stream, you guys are probably asleep. Not everybody. I know there are plenty of people watching me, but we do have 660 viewers, but the interactions haven't really increased. And YouTube has this thing where I have found that some evenings, and tonight is one of them, YouTube sends me all the autoplays on long form videos at this time of night. That is much of NA is falling asleep right now. It's 11:20 at night, and then they'll send me the long form autoplays for about an hour or two, and then my stream will slowly kind of those people will wake up or do whatever, and it slowly goes back down. I'm watching you on my phone while playing Satisfactory. Goofy Shep Gaming. Well, that sounds awesome. I'm glad that I'm able to fill your Satisfactory, meet all of your Satisfactory needs, or at least some of them. Something like this. And let's get rid of this pattern. There's not really a lot we can do about this, except for maybe put a signpost in there, maybe. Other than that, it's kind of whatever. Apparently the YouTube algorithm has decided that I am trustworthy to not wake up the people that are asleep. All right, so what we have to do, we're gonna do a little trick here, guys. This is one of those little tricks I was just talking about. This is something that you should pay attention to if you want to build nice things. I'm gonna show you in a second here. Can you please give me a closer look on those windows and explain how they're made? Which windows, Marabou? Which windows exactly? If I'm happy to do that, I just need to know which ones you're talking about. In the meantime, let me show you this little trick. All right, so we have a Z fighting issue. Okay, I need to cover this hole, but I want this to be on top of this one, right? And so to do that, I'm going to raise this up a very imperceptible amount. Very, very, very small, but enough that it wins in the Z fighting war. And if you don't know what Z fighting is, that is when two textures are at the same height, also known as the Z, right? Z, and they're fighting. At least that's what I think it's called. So we're going to stop the texture fight, and we're going to declare a clear winner. And we're going to do that by raising this foundation up a bit. And we're going to do that by building a pillar and then a barrier. It could be any of the barriers. I just picked this one. So see how it's yellow and then white? We're going to raise our mouse up until it's just as barely white as you can possibly get. And then we're going to use the barrier to lock our foundation to. And now he's just a little bit taller. And if we build him out like this, see, he slides underneath him. See that? So now we just got to fix up our paint. You go there, and we actually don't want anything out of you. And we're good to go. All right, so if you have Z fighting like that with two like materials or really anything, you can just bring it up a little bit. Sorry if you're annoying. You're not annoying. So do you mean the windows on the buildings? Are you talking about these windows here? And then those windows, and then there's similar windows on the other side. Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, I just don't know which ones specifically, but I'm happy to talk about it. So let's extend this. And then maybe we put a stop pillar here. Yeah, you just love them? Okay, so we're going to be doing more of this a little bit later so you can see me actually build them. But these are actually blueprints. There's two sets of blueprints here. Where are you? Where are you? You're purple. Okay, I know where you are. You're Cyberpunk City. You're right here. All right, so let's take... These are my different versions of the blueprints. Let's do one band. Okay, so what I've done is I have placed this blueprint. And I've placed them over and over and over and over again in a curving circle. And you can see I've got two small billboards here. And then I've placed a bunch of them. Let's pretend that this is in the curvature of a circle. It's not, right? Obviously it's straight, but we're just gonna pretend. And again, I'm gonna be doing this later once I finish this this little tunnel that we got distracted on today. And then let's go ahead and steal the copy paste. Copy, and let's rebuild that. And then what I've done is I've randomly turned on some of these lights in that band. And then I've taken another blueprint that is only glass walls, and I've shoved this over the top. And that's what it looks like. That's how I've done this build. this building, if you notice how my FPS drops when I look over here, it's because I did this, but do you see everywhere these are kind of orange? See how this is kind of orange? They're all signs. There's so many signs. It's really bad. And that's why there's these little FPS drops. Now, I'm actually looking and over what you guys are seeing. It's the capture card is actually smoothing this out. I think you guys are seeing less of those drop frames. There's some there, but I'm seeing it kind of really bad on my refresh rate. So whatever reason, whatever you're seeing, there's definitely some drop frames when I look over here because of the sheer amount of signs. So I would not have done this. We've already talked about this tonight. I would have designed this a little bit differently. And that's why I'm trying here to be very, very careful. See how few signs we actually have right now. Now, everywhere there's a band, there's signs, but everywhere that's dark is not a sign, because even if the sign is turned off, I don't want to spend the resources. You bet a lot of people want to know this. Absolutely. And I get that. And just by the way, everything that I have done in this playthrough, there is live streamed. We're on VOD. I don't know. I think 112. Okay. Everything is here. Right? And 112 is actually not that many. I mean, it's a lot, but like, it's a finite amount, right? Everything I've done is here. His editor will more than likely make one out of that. Oh yeah, we'll make a short. Yep, we'll make a short out of that. And like I said, I mean, she probably actually already has with when I designed this, or she will soon. She's about 4 VODs behind me, 4 or 5 VODs, and then my finishing off is about 3 or 4 or so behind her. And so I think that we're on 112 today. I think that tomorrow we see shorts from VOD 102 will hit. So the VODs for shorts 102 are scheduled for tomorrow. So it takes, I mean, you know, I wish I wasn't quite so far behind, and both of us are slowly catching up, but you know, it is what it is. We do 1 short a day. And you know, I kind of have almost like a backlog so that when and if I go on vacation or whatever. So yeah, we're about 10 days behind. All right, so let's keep going here. What was I going to do? I was going to make a quick blueprint. Let's do clear the designer. Clear the designer. And actually, let's make it in. Let's make a long one. I won't tell anyone that I won the lottery, but there will be signs. There's a lot of signs here. I won't tell any of you when I sell my crypto this cycle, but there will be signs. Hey, Ken. It's probably the most dedicated builder I've ever... Maribou is probably the most dedicated builder I've seen play Satisfactory. Once he comes up with an idea, he doesn't stop until it's built. It's awesome. Oh. Ken is probably the most dedicated builder I've seen play Satisfactory. Sorry, I missed that word. I thought, Josh, you were telling me that Maribou is a content creator. Sorry, I'm not even drinking tonight. Usually we drink a little whiskey on Saturday nights, but not tonight. Let's do, because it's not Saturday. I want purple. Purple. We're making a big blueprint here. We're going to use this a lot. This is how we're going to line the outside edge of the city. But now I need to delete delete the barriers. So I don't want to build a few thousand extra signs that nobody's ever going to see. So I'm going to delete these. I'm gonna have to rename this VOD. I thought I was gonna be making the towers tonight, guys. Turns out we're fixing up these roads. I still want to get to the towers though. I haven't given up. Can I zoop these? Oh, thank the Lord. Okay, and now we need... wall. All right, and then we need the same thing. We're gonna have the same kind of problem. All right, we've got a new big blueprint here, and this is going to be city side wall, double purple. BP for the side of the edge. Let's do city edge wall. For the edge of the city, 2 purple lights inside barriers. I don't know if that's how you spell barriers. I'm fine with it. Yeah, I think that's fine. We're in a BP Mark II, so we know if we want to load this, which size to build. Let's select. Let's do a barrier. Color, I think we're going with our neon purple. Set directory. Ooh, that's the wrong neon purple. We're gonna need neon purple 2. Set directory. Cyberpunk City. Do we have a miscellaneous? We'll just stick it up here. Save. All right, let's make sure it works. Minikin, so many people watching. Hello. She's graced us with her presence. We were just talking shit about you, actually. Minikin is my daughter. She just turned 15. She is the channel's editor, and she's been doing a great job. If you have seen one of my shorts, chances are she's the one that made it. Especially if you've seen them recently. You can tell the difference in the quality between the shorts I made and the ones that she's making now. Now, to be fair, you know, it took her a little while to get the hang of it, but her shorts are looking very good, and I really appreciate it. She actually got paid a couple days ago, or she's gonna get paid. So basically, she gets any money that gets made by the shorts, she gets. I don't take any shorts money. So that goes to her, and then I'm splitting the long form. So if she makes like a tour video or whatever, you know, that isn't a short, but it's an edit that she's made, she gets half. So there you go. That's the breakdown. So as more money flows from, or more views flow from the edits that she's making, she gets more and more. She gets paid more and more. The beach, come back safe. Who would annoy Ken? Oh, there's plenty. There's plenty. All right, let's try this. Now, to be fair, shorts don't make a lot of money. They're infamous for not paying out very well. So, which is why I basically just gave it a tour, gave it all to her. They're very, very notorious. All right. Nice. I don't like this. It's too thick. Let's go with one of these. I'm gonna have to make a modified one of these. One purple light inside barriers for use in combination with road edge. Set. This actually should go in the road section. And then we have to delete these because those portions come in the road blueprint. Okay. And so now we have a version of the blueprint when we have a road that's being built on top, and then we have a version of the blueprint when we don't have a road. And no one's ever going to be able to tell the difference. Oh, you're making sides for the city, and now no one will fall off. You pass inspection. Oh, we'll find a way. Minikin has appointed herself the OSHA inspector of my city. Good luck. A fool's errand. Probably not that big of a deal, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Autosave. I did get sidetracked. I did. I was gonna build start the towers. But shit happens when you party naked. I just got, yeah, that's not great, no matter how you slice it. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. We got bigger fish to fry. I do want to get to the towers, but we got to get this tunnel in first. We've been kind of doing blueprints and infrastructure prep, and now it's go time. The build is going to come together fast now. Because I think we have all the blueprints we need to build this quickly. Okay. Let's not fall off. And that's probably enough for now. All right, let's figure out our spacings for the lights. Okay, so the light's gonna be here, which means I don't know where the corner's gonna be yet. That's okay. It's gonna be there. So here's the light. Yes. So in our first playthrough, so I did a couple of playthroughs. I did 2 playthroughs, but not playthroughs, but I started 2 saves by myself. And then I played with a buddy. And then I started one where I did multiplayer with all of my close friends and family. And that one we got pretty far. But I broke that save. And then after that one, I started the update 8 save. So So the ones where I played with the friends and family, Minikin, which was, I mean, what, 3 years ago now? She helped around. She helped out, and she was designated OSHA because she's like, there needs to be railings here. She just was obsessed with railings, and she wanted it to look really good with the railings, and so we made fun of her and called her OSHA. So those are references to that old time. All right. So this is the hard line there. Now I need the lights, street lights with center. You're here. Should we do another? Please, sir, I want another. I think we do. Yeah, you have to be moved because you're gonna be glass. You're gonna be glass now, son. We have to move everything down 2 foundations because now we're smashing this bro up against the wall. And these are those 2 foundations. See. Okay, now you okay. Now you I love the music. Yeah, thank you. That is White Bat Audio on YouTube. It is copyright free, and he's very generous for making it so. All right, calculation time. How many foundations are between these 2 lights? 21. So we can do 2 lights if we do 7. I think I like that. Makes it even. Okay. And so that means we want 5 blanks between them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heated Scotch, thank you for your sub with Prime. I appreciate your Bezos bucks. Autosave. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Congratulations, I still know how to do division. Yes, I know it may shock you, but I can indeed chop 21 into 3 pieces accurately. I know. Shocking. Shocked. Not that shocked. Okay, so we got to do 2 of these. No, not you. One of these. Let's go ahead and do our crossover connection. I mean, we can do it here. Daktari, hi Ken, good evening, California. Thank you. It is good. It is a good evening here. We had a nice cool day, about 83 degrees, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me translate to that to you guys that don't speak American. It's okay. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You have no control over where you were born. 80. I'm kidding. 80. I think it was about 82 Fahrenheit to Celsius. It was a nice cool 28 degrees Celsius today, which was nice in Northern California. Had a nice little breeze, but we're gonna go back to over 100 temps next week, I hear. All right, let's finish this off. Ray, alrighty, I gotta go to the rest to get your stuff together. We're getting ready to take off. I will definitely be posting pics in the Discord. Have a good night. All right, Ray, yeah, have a good vacation and happy birthday. Peltzy, good morning from Finland. That is, I still get blown away sometimes with the fact that, you know, I have so many different viewers from all over the world. It is really cool. This is very, very cool. Here. Oh, where are you? Center light. I build them back. We need to do a light check here. I built this backwards, but it shouldn't matter. Well, do a light check soon. I gotta drive over there and reset the lights. Just make sure I haven't messed up any of the wiring. But I want to let's get this in. How are we gonna do this? Yes, Fahrenheit. Yes, 83F stands for freedom units. Necro corrects, you're watching from South Africa. Yeah, it is wild. I'm just a normal dude. I got 5 kids. I'm a dad. I like to play games. I've got a job that didn't used to be work from home, but because of COVID, we did a work from home stint, and then I proved to the bosses that I do a lot better work when I can work from home, and so I got to keep doing that. Obviously, I have to keep up the hard work, make sure that, because not everybody at my business works from home. So yeah, right now I work from home, and it's nice. I live out in the burbs, the suburbs of the capital of California, Sacramento. And so yeah, 28 Celsius sounds like weather where a bigger man like me would sweat a lot. Well, it's 83 is very mild for the summertime here. If it was 83 in the winter, I would say it's pretty warm. But or 28 Celsius. I can go out and walk in it and not really like start sweating or whatever. But like if I was like gonna go work out, or like if I worked like a laborious job, I would absolutely be sweating it at 28 degrees Celsius for sure. But Northern California is relatively low humidity, and so when we get hot, it's pretty dry. And so 80, I would take, 83 in like the South is a nightmare. So it feels awesome. Robert Ware, no way. Also a Sacramento guy. Yeah. Nice. My business is downtown. I'm up in the Citrus Heights, Fair Oaks neck of the woods. I grew up in Citrus Heights. So, yep. And I used to have to drive down from there. It's about like a 35-minute drive if there's no traffic, but there rarely is no traffic. Usually ends up being like an hour when I would have to commute. And so I'm very happy that I don't have to do that anymore. But the point is that I'm just a normal guy, living my life and trying to maybe one day, I don't know if I will ever be able to go full time. Would I like to? Yes. But at the same time, I do have a very, very good job. And so it's kind of one of those like really interesting kind of problems. That's not right. That's right. Because I have a great job, but you know what I want to do? I want to delete this and this, and I want to cheat, build this here, this here. But at the same time, I'm also the kind of guy that I've worked a lot of different jobs in my lifetime, and I've been 11 years at this one place, and I don't know. It's good and everything. It's amazing, but I'm feeling a little antsy, I guess you could say. But the nice thing is I'm actually getting to do some different work, which is great. All right, there we go. I think that's pretty much finished. This is going to be a crosswalk. We're going to do the crosswalk setup here. But we're not going to do any other crosswalks, I don't think, because there's nothing to cross to. There's no sidewalk. Hey, Spackle. I've experienced 2 from California weather. I did a 3-year work tour with Nokia back in the day, and they have set me up in San Diego to live. So San Diego is like this perfect little pocket. San Diego and San Francisco Bay have their own like unique little mini climate things going on, and they feel very different from pretty much anywhere else. It's because or at least anywhere else with population in California, just because of the unique thing that with the ocean, and yeah, So inland, right? So I'm inland. It takes about 2 hours to drive to the coast from where I live. It can get much, much, much hotter here. So San Diego and San Francisco remain basically within a 20-degree range all year round. 20 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Which is substantially less in Celsius. Do I use many trains? Yeah, let me show you something, my friend. Whoop. Oh, look. I use a lot of trains. So yeah. San Diego was very nice today too. Yeah, I bet it was. Yeah, we're having a nice little mild bit of weather, which is good because we're gonna hit August, and the middle of California in August, I'll probably see 100. I usually see between 112 115. So let's call it 112 F to C. 44 degrees Celsius for a couple of weeks during the day, and then at night it'll get down to like 35. It'll be 35 at night. Again, it's dry. Okay, so it's not very humid. But that is why Americans have air conditioning. Just so that, you know, just so we're all on the same page. That's why. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of this. That's usually only lasts about 2 weeks or so, I would say. Where it's really that bad. Maybe 3. And then it doesn't snow where I live, like ever, never. And when it snows, it's not really snow. I've never shoveled snow in my lifetime. Never. One time I got really close. I was on vacation up in the mountains and it snowed there, but we decided to not worry about it. And I didn't shovel it. I may have shoveled snow when I was a kid, when I was visiting my family in Kansas City during the winter. I may have shoveled snow then. You love the train spiral? Yeah, that's a good one. By the way, I do. So that train spiral is interesting. That is a blueprint, and it is available on my Discord for anybody to download, but it comes with a disclaimer. That thing is a beast. I built it in vanilla, but I used a little trick to build outside of the blueprint maker. That trick has been patched away. That trick no longer works. But when you go to build that, it like kind of almost like freezes the computer. It is so massive and it has so many parts to it. It's pretty crazy. I'm talking about this one right here. Here, let's do this. Yeah, this guy right here. So he's available. You can kind of see basically every quarter rotation is one of the blueprints. And then you just stack them up in the middle and rotate them like 90 degrees each time. Or 90 degrees each time. And then you can use them. So, but you have to be patient. It probably won't crash your game, but I would definitely save first. And then the lock points for the tracks are built into the blueprint. You do have to go back through and put them in yourself. I love how fast the trains go down them. Also, I have poles up through the middle that you can use to zip line all the way down, which is super fun. There's a lot of lights here, a lot of signs. There's also pipes underneath. So I'm using the pipes underneath to move a bunch of gas. So nitrogen up into the city. So I didn't have to worry about pumps. But yeah, this is pretty cool. You have to be patient with when you go to build it. But it's free available on my Discord if anybody is interested. Hasn't snowed here in like 20 plus years, you want to say? Yeah, and then even when it snows, Robert, it's like gone in an hour. Like, it's not really snow. It's like, it's like a dusting. Sun comes up and melts us. Could you tell me how I can move a building half a tile every time? Move a building. Like, do you mean like something that you're trying to build? Like, do you mean nudge? Half a tile. I'm not sure what you mean by half a tile, but you can do a half nudge by holding control. This is a full meter nudge. That's a half meter nudge. I'm holding control. You can do that. In Finland, we have a heat wave now, and it's around 95 at the worst, but around 86 is where it mostly is. It's a dry heat here too. Yeah, so like where your mostly is like a cool day here. 95 is like a normal summer day, and then 10 degrees hotter Fahrenheit, 105. That's like a hot day, like a pretty hot day, and then it'll get to over 110. That's very, very hot, but it's pretty rare. And snow, well, you can imagine the Finland winters. Last year, I think we got around 5 feet of snow and total ground. Yeah, so California has some pretty tall mountains, and we get massive snow in the mountains. Okay, most people don't realize the varying topography of California. We have huge amounts of desert. We have huge amounts of some of the most arable and best farmland in not just America, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Yeah. And then we have a ton of forest land as well, and then mountains with loads of snow. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna keep this open. I don't know what we're gonna do here. Because we may have people driving in like this, pulling in like that. One big ass intersection. Probably one big ass intersection. It snows mostly in April. Spackle, where are you from? Spackle. It's Spackle. I don't know why I'm calling. It's probably Spackle. To be honest, maybe it isn't. I don't know. Let's go with here, and we'll go with this. Yeah, thank you yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad I wasn't 100% sure what you're asking, but I'm glad we figured it out. Yeah, so we're gonna make a big ass intersection here, okay? And so let's. I was gonna build the building today, but different things happened apparently. This needed to happen. We're gonna get to. I'll probably rename this VOD, and it's gonna be, building a glass tunnel or something like that. Because honestly, I forgot we needed to build this road until I logged in. I thought we were going to be building the other copies of this tower today. So that's my bad. But it'll be all right. You know what we need to do? We need to take a little trip. Take a little trip Take a little trip with me. And we need to take a look at the other intersection and get some inspiration. We're up to 725 live stream viewers. You guys, if you got any questions, let me know. If you're asleep, then listen carefully. When you wake up, you're going to have an irresistible desire to super chat construction. Okay. When you wake up, you're going to super chat construction. You're going to sub and you're going to like the VOD. If you're awake, you can just like the VOD. You don't have to super chat. Those are only for the people that are asleep. I don't know what is up, but YouTube sometimes gives me the people that are definitely asleep. Yeah, so big ass intersection here. We're pretty much right on the money with this. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate it. Ooh, I did a little something different here. Okay. All right, I like this. Let's see if we can't do that again over there. We have a little problemo here. How long has that been there? Ooh, in here too. Probably when I went to extend this road. Since we're out, let's reset the lights. But I think we're right on the money with this, except ooh, we have a funky corner. That's because we've given ourselves an extra space over here that we didn't have over there. All right, I see what we did. All right, it won't be the same. It'll be a little bit different setup for an intersection. This is the controls for our streetlights for the whole city. And I have to reset them when I hook up new lights, because they start off white if I don't. Hey, that's wrong. Did I get the other one wrong too? Nope, that one's right. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like the double lights here at the end. I don't like them. We gotta chop them. We gotta chop them. I don't like them. I didn't mind them while I was here, but then like driving up, it's too many. It's too many, too close together. Sometimes you just gotta make a change. Back alive. Thank you for the follow. All right, so this is going to be a little bit painful. Let's just build this by hand. I don't have a blueprint that is only 2, and I don't want to build it and delete. I'm just going to build this by hand. Hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. On Twitch. By the way, just so that you know, I do have some perks for my YouTube members and my Twitch subs. You get the same perks. You get them by going to my Discord and linking whichever platform you supported me on to Discord, and it will give you access to my current save file, this one here, although I do have to upload it. So if anybody wants that, I think it's like a week old, the one that I've uploaded in there. So you just remind me, I'll drop it in, and then you can check this out. That's a members only perk. Other than that, there is a members only chat that is basically I'm guaranteed to read everything that goes in there. The Satisfactory talk chat and the general chat, I try to read everything, but I don't always, if I wake up in the morning and there's 200 messages in that chat, I'm not going to read it all. But I read everything in the members chat, so you can get a hold of me at any time if you want to. So those are just, I don't really have a lot of members perks, but those are a couple that I do have. So just want to let you know, it's really not that big of a deal. But yeah, since you subbed, I figured I would let you know. Yeah, we got to build this by hand. I wasn't happy with it. And you remember the rule. If you're not happy with it, delete it. Andreas, I was definitely asleep. You did wake me up. I know. I'm curious. What did you fall asleep watching? I'm always kind of a student of the algorithm. And I'm wondering what it was that fed me, or that fed you to me. I was trying to make those all correct, but there was no way. Yes. Oh, Satisfactory? Nice. Were you watching somebody in particular, or just whoever? Were you watching my stuff? Okay, this goes here, that goes there. Goes there, that goes there. And then we need the double orange, please. Yeah, you're welcome. Back alive. Oh, yeah, okay. You're gonna go like this. I have a lot of like stupid little things to fix, but that's okay. Spackle? I can do spackle. I'll try. No promises. I can do spackle. Tier Harvester, hello, how's it going tonight? It's going well. I was gonna build some buildings, and then I was like, instead, let's build some roads. So, and now you're all caught up. It's very, very, very quick summary there. No words wasted. No. Nice, and now for a piece. What are you doing there? I just moved you, sir. I moved you wrong. So actually, yeah. Okay. Nice. Very good. Let's accept this. We have a crosswalk here. You get deleted. We need then one of these. And everybody gets a fresh coat of paint. You, and then you. Okay, let's fix this. We got to put some arrows in too, guys, so that when I'm driving and laying down the trucks, I know exactly where things are going and what I'm doing. As soon as this intersection is fixed, we'll be able to connect our intersection, make our tunnel through there and connect this road to this road. That is what our goal is. Ah, damn it. I forgot. We're not doing, what are we going to do? A crosswalk to nowhere? Hey, Evan, how's it going? I'm not going to lie. Calling me that freaks me out a little bit. It's okay, though. It's okay. What do I want? I'm undecided. Yeah, I kind of messed this up here, didn't I? I forgot that we were not going to do this. I wish we had a hotkey for each subcategory for the customizer. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay. All right, here's the trick again. If you missed it before, we are going to increase the height of this so that we don't have to deal with any Z fighting. And now he is just barely higher than his friends nearby, and so we can make sure that he has priority in terms of what I paint on him. And that way I can center them. Oopsie doopsie, I picked the wrong one. There we go. Love you too again. Let's see. No, actually, I was watching a French Girl when it was 1 hour in the morning. Then I did fall asleep, and you did wake me up when you said if you were awake. Nice. Well, you know, hopefully it wasn't a startled bad kind of awake. Do you have any advice for making cities in Satisfactory? Do I have any advice for making cities in Satisfactory? I'm wanting to start a new save game because I just felt stuck and I want to make a city. We're asking the right guy. Brandon Shapiro, shut the front door on the Z fighting. You mind showing that one more time for my smooth brain? Yes, I have no problem showing it again. I'm going to use it again in just a second. Making a city. Don't use quite so many signs for siding because it's really eaten into my FPS. Those are all signs behind glass, and they look amazing, but it's a little FPS heavy. It's not too bad. It's not too bad, but I'm trying to be careful here. Lots of planning. Lots and lots of planning. I am not creative enough to design towers of my own, although I am better now that I copied 5 towers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that exist in real life. I felt like I could design my own custom tower, which I did. This is my own design here. We're going to build 3 more of those. Maybe not today, but soon. We'll probably start them today. So, you know, if you feel stuck on what the buildings look like, there's the world has provided us plenty of examples. So you could do that, or you could build your own if you feel so inclined. And so are my roads 3 foundations wide. I have 2 separate roads. I have these are the narrow roads. These are 6 total, but each lane is 3 wide. Yes. The lanes themselves are 1.5, and so it's 4 lanes, 1.5 each, so 6 total. This is my highway. These are substantially wider. I have 2 skinny lanes and 1 thick lane, and that's 2, 2, and 3 one way, and so that's 7 this way and 7 that way. Flaming Lin, when your voice sounds different somehow. From when? Because I did change some mic settings about going on 2 weeks ago. So if you haven't listened to me in 2 weeks, it could sound a little bit differently because I got a new audio setup and I redid my voice from top to bottom. So if you watch me from my VODs, or if you were watching the videos or the shorts, then those are all from older VODs. So that could be why it sounds different. All right, let's put in some of these Z fighting. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to create a foundation right here that is just a little bit higher. You say less deep, but less deep from when? From the short that you watched today, right? From one of the tour videos, right? There's no change in my voice from last stream, but there is a change in my voice from the shorts and the long forms. And so I had a little bit more EQ on my voice in the prior setup. And then this setup where I had to redo everything was completely different software. And I felt, I just ended up going with a little bit more natural sound. So this is very, very close to what I sound like. The other one had a little bit of that kind of also I'm not talking so close to the mic. I was talking up here, right? And so when you talk up here, you have that proximity, right? And that's why podcasters and radio guys, right, they talk like this, and it provides a completely different setup and sound. But if I talk out here like this, it's more comfortable for me, and I'm not really going for that like podcast sound exactly. And that combined with some of the EQ changes, I just feel like this is more natural. Yeah, you'll get used to it. Minikin, my daughter, hates it because she listens to my voice on the old setup editing for hours, right? And then she pops in the live stream and she's like, oh my God. So like she's used to the deeper voice as well. Just discovered that if you join someone in their world, you automatically get all of their blueprints for your own folder, so you have them. Interesting. I didn't know that. I noticed something different tonight. There's much less delay between the stream and chat, it seems. On YouTube, if there is, there's no setting change. I am the sky, as I thought. Again, a clickbait title. No towers today, probably, but roads definitely. I know. I didn't mean to clickbait you guys. I truly did intend to build the towers. And again, if you're watching this in a VOD, I will have renamed the VOD. So that's on me. I did intend to build the towers. I forgot we needed to build this tunnel. And then I got sent down a rabbit hole on roads, and we're getting all these roads fixed up today. But we hopefully will lay down some of the tower foundations before the end of the stream. I still am going to finish the Z fighting. You guys are giving me the good chats though. Connor, I don't recognize your name. Welcome. Hey, Ken, I just posted some pictures in general chat in your Discord of a building I constructed using your Mega Circle blueprint. Got any suggestions for spires to put up top? Let me look just real quick. We're going to do the Z fighting thing here, but let's pull up and take a quick look. Ooh. Nice. Is that a train track? No, that's not a train track. I like how you had an atrium in here. I actually did something very, very similar to this in the grassy fields as well. Back in before I on the playthrough before the one that I did for update 8, my update 7 playthrough that when I wasn't a YouTuber, I did something very like this. Spires on top, huh? You could do a single cone, but that'll look a little weird. Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably something that keeps the circular build structure. So if you could maybe do like something round, maybe glass up there. I'm not sure. The delay does seem lower tonight. If the delay is lower tonight, then that's on YouTube. That's nothing I've done. Unless you guys are getting lower quality. Are you guys getting lower quality? I hope not. Are you getting 1040? That actually makes me nervous. Are you getting the 2K? Let me look. Because I did have a thing that I needed to... Sorry, I keep getting distracted. I owe somebody a Z fighting. I mean, not 1040, 1440. 1440, 60. That's what we're getting live. Yeah, I see it. 1440, 60. It looks okay. I look a little dark, though. Let's check the VODs from last VOD. 1440, 60. Okay, that's the same. All right. So the reason that the delay has always been so bad is because YouTube was treating my stream as a 4K stream, even though it's not. Okay, it's a 1080 stream, but it's got longer bars, right? Because I'm a widescreen, and so there was no difference between, in their mind, what I have and a 4K stream, and so they had this enforced thing on there. To the enforced delay, right? So if it's lower, it's either I don't think, if you guys are still getting the 1440 by 60, then there's nothing on my end. Yeah. So yeah, and the ultra wide's good. Yeah, I saw that. Quality seems fine. Yeah, good. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure. Why don't you ask for tips in the Discord, Connor, and I'm sure you'll get some good ones. Okay, so let's finally do this. So here's what I'm trying to do. I am trying to get a foundation right here, but just a little bit above the foundations around it. And so what I'm going to do is go here. Yeah, bandwidth doesn't grow on trees. I know it doesn't grow on trees. I just don't want to be penalized as if I'm sending you guys 4K when I'm not. That's the only point. I would be I wish there was just a delay between the two. So I'm gonna build this, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring this barrier up until it's just not clipping with the ground underneath. A little bit is all you need, a tiny bit. If you do too much, then it'll be noticeable that you've brought the foundation up. So I'm just moving my mouse the tiniest little bit until it doesn't clip. And then I'm building it, and then I'm deleting. And now I am using this barrier that I have raised to be the lock point for the foundation. So the foundation is also raised. And so I put this here like this. And actually that is, I think, a mistake. I don't want it there. I actually want it probably here. And that can go there. If the delay is less, then that's a good thing. But I don't think it's anything that I did. If it is, I don't know it. Okay? And so now you can see it if you get the light just right. You can kind of see how it's just a little bit higher. Right, we can kind of really zoom in there. See that? I'll even crouch. I mean, it's barely there. But it's enough to ensure that we never get Z fighting for this. And now that I've set this, we can kind of just continue to lock off of it with our new friend Infinite Nudge. And these are coming in like this. And these are going out like this. And there we go. Yeah, Flaming, no controller for me. No, thank you. I like my mouse and keyboard, except in very special circumstances. So no, thank you. Now we already nudged it and we can steal. So we're gonna go like this. Like I would play like when I play Expedition 33, I'll probably play that on a controller. I don't know, like a game like that's made, oops, wrong thing, for a controller, but to me, Satisfactory. But I get it, man. If all you've got is what you got and you don't have a PC, then, you know, more power to you. But I don't have to make that choice. Yeah, you get the 2K 60 on YouTube. Good. To be frank, it's a lot easier with controllers playing the game for the most part, but not these little things. Yeah, I bet. Okay, is there anything else on this intersection? This intersection is a done dealio. Now we have to connect this intersection with that curve that we put in. And what I want to do is I want to count the number of foundations between the two lights. And then we're going to determine what we can do for even spacing. $31. So not a great number to work with. We could do, what could we do? Make one extra one in the middle. So let's pretend it's 30. 5 times 6, 7 in the middle. What's 4 times 6 plus 7? That's 31. Okay, so 4 times 6 plus 7. So we're gonna do 2 of them that have 6 between them. That means 4 blank because they have 1 between them in the blueprint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, what are you doing there, fool? Okay, 4 in the middle. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we almost ate it. Yes. Okay, 1, 2. Now this one has a bonus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now this last one should have 4 between each. Yep, yeah, exactly. That was the plan. 6, 6, 7, 6, 6. That's what we have going here. And that's what we got. Hold on. Random eye allergy attack. Okay. Okay. Let's connect lights and now, oopsie. Look at you. That's a mistake. And now we have good power all the way down. Very, very nice. Okay, I think it's time to do some deleting. We're gonna do a tunnel. This tunnel's gonna include lights. So I think to here. Can't go there. No, you stay. You get the axe, but not all of you. 4 up. For now. Let's put you back. This is the only tower out of the 4 that we need to do a tunnel on. It's not really a tunnel, it's more like a carve out. This is all the room we have to build our factory in. Okay. Better get rid of these. We don't have the Z fighting going on. Ooh, you're a... Yeah, I got lucky. I've never seen so many billboards. Holy moly. Well, this is actually not that many. This is all billboards right here. Like that's an orange billboard with no emission on the back side of the light. This is all billboards. And it's why anytime I look at that side of the city, I lose. I drop so much FPS. You know what? I wonder. I feel like my light isn't as bright as it usually is. No, it's okay. I think. Is it just my eyes playing tricks on me? Do I look okay? Like light wise on my camera? I think I'm okay. I think I'm just going crazy. Okay. Do I want these lights inside? Am I gonna make a custom thing? Robert Ware, dude, I commend the commitment to aesthetic. I try. We win some, we lose some. It's a shame billboards ain't considered lightweight and use unreal objects. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, they have a lot going on, right? I would, still as beautiful as always. I would not expect them to be lightweight. They're doing a lot of work with Lumen, even turned off. I think we make it clean. And then we'll put some lights. Yeah, we're gonna make this clean and we'll do custom lights. Okay, so that means we need a lot of this. Not that. We need a lot of this. Come on. There you go. All right, let's get this out of here. Okay. Let's design our notch out. And I think it's probably going to go something like this. And then glass foundations in. We don't have a lot. Ooh, we could do. I think we're going to do glass roofs. Use the roofs as... I just realized, should we maybe put teal on the inside as well. It's amazing how well this game is optimized in every way. I think it's extremely well optimized. I am pushing this game really far. I am pushing this game farther than anybody would if they were just playing the game normally. Normally, whatever that means. Yes, Surplus Lover, I did. He asked, Ken, did you put the command line in to remove light shafts in engine? Yes, I did. Flaming, yes, it is a very well optimized. You can get... No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Sorry, I'll die on this hill. It's extremely well optimized. For an Unreal Engine 5 game? Absolutely it is. It's there. Play some other Unreal Engine 5 games with a lot less objects and you'll see, right? Now, are there bugs? Yes. Right? Are there things that need to be fixed? Yes. But you know, we've only had this on Unreal Engine 5 for a little over a year. Okay? A year and 1 month. 2 years and 1 month, sorry. Yeah, agree. Yeah. And again, a normal playthrough, nobody would normally use. Signs are not designed for the aesthetics like this. I am taking something that should be like a label on the end of your row of machines to tell you what's on there, and I'm making them walls. Okay? And I'm doing it thousands and thousands of times. Look at what I've done down here. This is crazy. Look at all these signs. I have tens of thousands of signs. I mean, I have thousands of signs just on this train spiral. On this train spiral alone. Okay, look at all these little signs here, all these little signs there. There's rows in there as well. Okay, I have signs on those edges. Every single one of those poles has 6 signs on it. And then I have signs on the ends of the catwalk there. I have these signs on the outside there. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. Things that they're not designed to do. Right? So I think the optimization of this game is great. Could it be better? Sure, it could always be better. But I think it is really good. And if I was building a lot less signs and a lot more machines, you know, the optimization would be great there too. It would take any other game in the same engine. I think that is exactly true. Now, having said that, I am running basically the best personal computer that money can buy right now. Basically, there's some things that you could do, you could go crazy with, but essentially, I am with a water-cooled 5090 and a water-cooled 9950X 3D for my CPU. I am, you know, I kind of have cheat mode on, you know, in some ways. But still, the slowdowns that I'm getting are not my machine, right? If I look at this, I'll tell you, you'll have to take my word for it because I don't want to pull up the graph, but I have a little thing that tells me. So if I look at this, the load on the 5090 is 75%. The load on the CPU, okay, it just hit 80%. The load on the CPU is now 72%. Okay, so my CPU is cranking at 72% right now, and my the 5090, it's now at 70. Right? It got as high as like 80, it's now down to 70. Okay. So my machine has overhead, right? It is the engine that is starting to slow us down here. But again, I'm 850 hours into a game that should really only take you 100 to 200 hours to make. I mean, to beat. Okay? So, you know, we just have to keep it in perspective. That's all I'm saying. Yep. The lag is probably not FPS based. Well, it is the engine trying to send me all the information that it's supposed to from the signs all at the same time. Right? Think of all of these signs that are telling me, and that's why when there's like this little kind of like thing that happens sometimes, it's not happening. Oh, it's happening a little bit. It takes a second for the sign to be rendered behind this wall. So when I pass this wall or any, ooh, that one's worse. You see that? The light pole. See how it takes a second for it to get rendered? Right? So that's just because the game is optimized in that it is only rendering what you're looking at. So it just takes that instant to render the glass. And by the way, I have a bunch of settings turned on that make that glass even more difficult to render. Anybody else without the setting on, this glass would not be see-through. The signs wouldn't even be on. And I may have to actually change that. That would actually help my FPS. Let's see. Let's do it right now. Let's change it. Since we're talking about this, we've been really distracted today. We go to the engine file. We're not going to change the engine file. We're going to change the command in the game, and then we'll change it back. I just want to look at the engine file. I'll show you guys what I have. Okay, here's the system settings that are custom. These 5 settings right here. This pool light shaft one increases my FPS because it makes it so that we don't have to make the light shafts for regular lights like these street lamps. That's kind of a hog. So if you have a lot of street lamps or regular lights, you can do this pool.light.lightshaft.count equals 0, and that will make things run a little smoother. But this foliage distance scale one right here, windows are counted as foliage. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove it to you. You can take the Satisfactory engine on command though. A little more than one rock cropping at a time. The physics are bricked. Are you making puns? All right, let's see if we can change it on the fly here. Foliage dot law distance scale equals 1. Is it going to change it? Look like it changed it. Let's do. I typed into the engine file. That's not good. I have to do spaces equals 0. There we go. Something's happening. Well, we've created something new here. There's all the lights. Okay, well, maybe I should have done equals 1 and not equals 0. Are we doing some divide by 0 fun? Maybe I should have saved. It's too late now. We're deep. Space equals 1. Is this better? Should have been 1, not 0. Yes. Okay, so now do we run smoother? See, so now this glass is covered over. That's an autosave. That's an autosave. See, so this glass is covered over here. At least I think it is. I thought... Right, and then the windows, they start to become see-through. This does feel smoother. I could have turned on the FPS meter. Yeah, I would probably want to remove that command line to really test this correctly. I would probably want to remove the command line and then put it back in. Oh no, it's blanked. No, it's working. Okay, look at it. Look at yeah, okay. See it? Right now you can see, because we're zoomed in enough, you can see the lights inside Nakatomi Plaza. But if I just zoom out, now those windows are far enough away that they're in the farther model. And that model is opaque. And so we can't see inside. All right, and so that's, see, look at the lights. See the building there? Okay, you see this? See, now they're all gone. Now we can zoom in and we see some of them, and these lights are slowly turning on because we're entering the correct distance for that glass to become transparent. All right, now what I have done is I have increased that distance so that all glass is transparent for like forever. All right, and that's why we can see the lights even when we get way far away. We can see the lights through the glass. Okay, and that is, of course, now there's less lights to render, right? Because it's behind opaque glass. But if I change this back, and by the way, this is default. This is default. If you haven't changed it in the game, it looks like this. So if I change it back, foliage dot law distance scale, and then I was at equals 10, watch it all pop in. Boom. Okay, so this is how I've been playing the game since we started this playthrough. I've had this setting in, and so all this glass, so my computer is having to render even more things than the developers designed it to do. On top of that, I increased Lumen's intensity. Okay, so I am, with custom settings, making everything work even harder, and I am very close, if not over, the Unreal object limit. And it's still running this well. Okay, so all of this together is, I think, important when I have a momentary FPS drop. It's important to know kind of what we're talking about in terms of the context for what I'm putting this computer through and what I'm putting the engine through. It's the engine that's failing because you're way past the object limit. I don't know if I'm way past it on this save. The Star Wars save that I did, I was absolutely way past it. For sure. Get rid of this. But either way, I am past, I am much past its design parameters for sure. No matter how you chop it. More Unreal objects, you know, settings that are really pushing everything. So And I can make some changes later if I feel like the FPS drag is a little bit too much for me, or you know, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, as it were. I think I've made that reference twice now today. I don't know why. But I am seeing how far I can push everything. The game, myself, my computer, you guys. But I wouldn't have it any other way, right? Because if you're not pushing yourself, if you're not pushing limits, what are you? Like, you know, what are we even doing? You know, I'd rather just be asleep right now. We're gonna do it hardcore. We're not gonna do it at all. No to this one. We'll build. You. And then you. I'm not going to worry about this too much because I don't know what I'm going to do with all this out here. So we'll just let this kind of sit, probably. Sorry, YouTube chat bugged. I just have to reload it and catch back up. I missed a bunch of chat. Yeah, no, there's still some bugs, but I mean, there's not that many bugs. I couldn't manage to get the light shafts command to work when it's in engine.ini and search online, but no answer. How did you do it? Did you see the command line there? Fluids are really well optimized. There's some issues with fluids. But that's a design issue, not a game engine optimization that I think what we were talking about. They should redesign labels as lightweight somehow, would save a ton. I don't know, man. It's really easy for us on the outside to say, oh, well, if you just did this, well, why aren't you just doing that? But I have no idea the technical issues that they're having. I do know that they have vastly improved the optimization of signs, and hopefully they will continue to do so. But in no way would I ever pretend that it's easy. Would tank any other game in the search engine? Perhaps. Yeah, given a dev their money. Okay, all right. My 7th gen Intel PC loaded your save to check into the power station. This game is very well optimized. Nice. Ray tracing algo is probably losing its mind trying to traverse 10,000 signs, hence the slight visual lag. Well, true, right. And again, I got Lumen just pounding, right? You were running low settings, but stayed close to 60 FPS. Yeah, do you know if you had Lumen on, Ian? No, it's true. This game, by choice, has a majority of the physics of Unreal Engine 5 heavily reduced. It's a smart move. But when you blow up the rocks, that shatter, you get a large FPS. Oh, the rocks. Shattering rocks. Yeah, you're right. Hey, White Devil, thank you for the follow on Twitch. No, I know what you're talking about. Sorry, wasn't understanding where you're going with that. I'd imagine there's probably a local vicinity where physics are enabled around the player, and blowing up a bunch of rocks at once pushes it past the ideal amount of physics objects. I think that's probably true. It is a little funky, especially if you catch like a bunch of rocks at once. Hey, are you going to be streaming AOC? Yes, Friday night, or Saturday morning, depending on where you are in the world. And then on August 4th, all my Satisfactory is going to be reduced to Saturday nights only. We're going to be hardcore into Ashes of Creation after the launch of Phase 3 of Alpha on August 4th. So I'm kind of doing a big push on Satisfactory until then. Yep, very true, but wait, 50 Stories card was supposed to handle the problem. The 50 series card, or maybe the 60 series, another $4,000 will not get it. Maybe. It's okay though. I'm pretty happy with my card. I'm pretty happy. You guys should see how fast I render things now. My 3080 Ti, right, which is only like 4 or 5 years old, it renders at probably 1/3 of the time it takes for me to render. So like now it'll take me like 30 minutes or so if I have an 1.5 to 2 hour video. It takes me about 30 minutes. It was taking me about an hour. It was taking me basically real time to render with the 3080 Ti. The widescreen and the 4K that I render to, I upscale to 4K before I upload it to YouTube. Yeah, global illumination. Yes. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Okay, so maybe we'll put a door or something here. I'm not concerned about this kind of funky edge. We'll find something to do here, make this work. Let's just do a single here, because we have one made. Where are you? You are nowhere to be found, sir. I put too many for the wheel. All right, and then regular out here for this. So we want center, street with center divide 2 right here. And then street with center divide 1 right here. And then we'll delete these two for now, like we did over there. We'll go like this. Should we bring the curvature in, or should we bring the straight line out? I'm thinking the straight line out, probably. It's pretty good. Let's put a sign there. When in doubt, cover up the hole with the sign. It's interesting. We want to... play into that at all? Or do we want to avoid that? I'm thinking maybe we avoid that. Do something like this. then I can't cover over that with this sign. Best I could do is something like this, which isn't that bad. Oh shit. Every other one, maybe? Better do every other one from this side, and then we'll see how we meet in the middle. Ugh. Ugh. Why is it so messed up? Why are they pushed out slightly more? I don't understand. Okay, I do understand actually. How can we fix this? This. Got it. Gotcha. Nice. Okay. Every other one. Bingo bango. Let's see. Kin's got that turned up to 11 and he ripped off the knob. Turned it up to 11. On what time are you running? I was enjoying your recorded AOC streams on YouTube. Well, White Devil, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I really only have the first one. So there's going to be a long running series, White Devil. I am going to be playing that thousands of hours. Thousands. Probably more in the end than Satisfactory, and I'm at 2,500. I'm going to build a guild, as I'm sure you know because you watched the stream. We're going to be building a channel guild in the game We're still looking for officers, people that have MMO experience. You can join the guild even if you've never played an MMO. If you don't like PvP, there is some crafting that you can do, but there may be times when you have to do a little PvP, but it is not something you'll have to do all the time. We can have dedicated crafters. There's going to be a lot of ways to play the game. It is more sandboxy, which means that the content is kind of player driven. And so, that can mean a lot of different things, and we still don't know exactly what that means, but we're going to figure it out. But yeah, so what time zone are you in, White Devil? Let me ask you that. Let's see. I run the game on a Titan XP 1080 Ti. Nice. Me and 1080 Ti's, we go way back. Yeah, your system handled it well with the law distance. Nice. Session was posted the game in the card. The Titan Black was sort of what started the modern day area of super gamer computers. Yeah, the 1080 Titans. Yeah, cool to finally see your stream. Seeing all your shorts. Awesome work. Take care. All right, Master Boog. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. I discovered in my rendering code search that the 1080 is still considered high-end hardware. Yeah, Ozzy passed today. Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne. I was thinking about it, and you have all these people telling you, if you want to live a long life, you gotta eat healthy and exercise and don't drink alcohol and don't smoke. And then you got Ozzy Osbourne living to what, 67, just basically middle fingering everybody that said anything like that, which is kind of hilarious to me. He was something else. He was a unique person, and there'll never be anybody else like him, that's for sure. I'm not gonna say that I'm necessarily a fan, but I can appreciate, I can appreciate it. Yeah, crazy. All right, let's put in these bad boys. Probably easier if we do not blueprint. And our road is almost done. I think we might have a little bit of time for foundation work on the new buildings before I have to call it for the night. So let's see if we can wrap this up, get it looking good, and then go from there. I'd love to get the circular foundations done for all three tonight. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. I usually go 6 hours on a weeknight. In the 90s, his brain was so acid fried he can barely speak. Well, maybe he could just barely speak. I actually don't know. I have no idea what pre-drugs Ozzy Osbourne was like. I have no idea. Oop, gotta connect these. Yeah, 76. Hey, fun to finally catch a stream. Could you maybe show me the setting on your billboards if it's not too much work? I struggle to get nice colors and shine. Yeah, so I really have two colors. They're all the same settings, regardless of if it's purple or blue. It's just the color changes, Here, where's a good way to do this? We have a blue-purple combo here, or a teal-purple. Teal purple. It's yellow teal, yellow purple, yellow yellow, yellow one, teal teal. I don't have a combo. Oh well. All right, here's a teal. Here's a purple. All right, so here's the settings for the coloring. They're always changed to glossy and 3, and then there's no text. And then this is the hex code. I'm gonna go ahead and paste this in the live YouTube and Twitch chat, so you guys don't have to type it in. You can copy and paste it yourselves if you're watching. That's the purple. That is what I consider my neon purple. And then this is the teal. I'll paste this in as well. Or you can just grab it from like a screenshot or something. Okay. But those are the colors I use. Oh, and the orange. Let me show you the orange. The orange is this. So I think the paste order on that went teal, purple, orange. But you can just paste it in and see what it gives you. All right, so we need a bunch of these. We need to finish off these barriers over here. We need a little bit more glass there. No, that's, keep that open. All right, these should be double orange. Yep. Look at you, son. White Devil, I never answered you, but it's 9 p.m. PST. That's when I stream, and if anybody wants that translated into their local time zone, best way to do that is to go to my Discord, and I have a little scheduler calendar thing that where I've got all of my streams will post there, so that you can see them in your time zone. It automatically transfers to your time zone. Should we add any more lights? Or is this good? I think it's good. I think it's good. Robert Ware, I gotta sleep. Thanks for the conversation, y'all, and thanks for yet another fun stream, Ken. Well, it's good to know that there's another Sacramentan around here. Oh, I was gonna ask you, I forgot to, Robert, if you're still here, what general area are you from in Sacramento? Just curious. Guys, the tunnel is done. You guys want to take a little test drive through it? Hot rod. Spackle, hey, in that one build you had a diagonal wall and a foundation. How do you do that? I'll try to figure that out in a second. Born and raised in South Sac. You're in Oak Park. Nice. Nice. Southie. We don't say that in Sacramento like it's Boston or something. This is going to be a fun place to drive. Oh, we got to fix the outside. We got to put those beams in. Let's do that right now. This is going to be a fun place to drive trucks through. All right. All right, have a good night, man. Hey, in that one build, you had a diagonal wall on a foundation. How do you do that? Oh, beams. You take a beam, any beam. There's multiple ways, but this is the fastest way. Build a beam wherever you want. Okay, you can build it here. You can build it here. You can build it crossways. You can build an X. Oh, it doesn't want you to build an X. But you can build close to an X like this. Okay? And then you take yourself a wall and you hit Control. And it replaces the beam with the wall. It's an actual replace. That used to be how you would build walls like this, but now you can just nudge them. But that's how you get really cool looking stuff with beams. You know, there's a lot of, and see that position is like a little bit less of an angle. So you can do some custom angles and stuff like that. That was the old way of doing stuff like this, is using the barriers because they are more easily manipulated than actual walls. And then you hold control and replace them. There's a couple of things that you can actually control replace. You can control replace splitters. Let's say you have a splitter right here and you're like, oh, damn, I actually need this to be a smart splitter. Well, you go down to your smart splitter and hit Control, and it completely replaces it and keeps all the connections. Okay? Same thing with mergers and priority mergers. And the other splitters that nobody ever uses. There's a couple of things that you can control replace. You can control replace walls with other walls, like glass. All right, so there are quite a few control replace options. Barrier. Did I say beam? I'm sorry, Black Bug Hunter. By the way, good to see you. I meant barrier. I think I was saying beam the whole time. I meant barrier. My bad. I mean, my first package diluted fuel factor, I used a priority merger for the first time. It's so good. Yes. A lot of times, newer players don't realize they need the priority merger. It happened to me for a long time. And then there was like this nagging thing in the back of my head, like, something doesn't feel right, but I didn't exactly know what it was, and it was the fact that I needed a priority merger and didn't have it. Flamballer, good evening, Ken and chat. I hope everyone is well. Everybody is well. We stick out. Did I know that? No, I built this very improperly. We have to do a little bit of a bonk, and then we're good. Oop. All right, and then we'll continue that on when we're ready to. What was once a bunch of splitters and many mergers is now just one priority merger. I agree. I've been finding more and more uses for the priority merger. Yep, it is great. And it also provides like some places that like probably you could have got away with a merger, but it provides that extra little bit of redundancy in case maybe something weird happens that helps you make sure that you achieve your goal. That only works for walls. Can you do that for blueprints too? Well, sure. But see, you do it with a wall. So where you look on a blueprint, the blueprint orients to it. So that works for a foundation. So let's say we want to orient this blueprint in this direction. I can take this and I can put it here and it's oriented based on these, or I can do it here and the entire blueprint rotates and orients on the place that I'm looking. And the same as for walls. Okay, if I take this blueprint and I look at the wall, you see it orients itself to the wall. But if I take it and we do the same trick and we rotate using a barrier, not a beam, dingy dong. Okay, and we do this. Now we take this. Okay, see how it's oriented on this flat wall here? Then we go like this, and it's now oriented on that wall. So you're gonna have to rotate either the foundation that you're looking at, or if your blueprint needs a wall to look at, then you rotate the wall. This is actually how I got my, this is how I did the train spiral, to be honest with you, right? My inclining, curving blueprints, when I would build one, they would have built into them the reference point for the next curve. It was just a wall on a slight angle. That angle was the curvature, and then I would look at that wall to build the next one. And then the next one had its own wall in it, right? And that's how I inclined and curved up. So it's important to understand how blueprints orient themselves when you go to build them, because you can take advantage of that. Okay. What were we doing? Yes. We're running out this one. Rotation. Rotato chip. All right, so you're not gonna let me do that. Okay, fine. Piece of baloney. Still definitely faster than a smaller blueprint or doing it by hand. I like how just like 30 minutes ago I was talking about how I really need to like lay off the signs because I'm starting to get hit by FPS, and then I immediately don't take my advice and I build a shit ton more signs. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Irreparably break my save. That's the worst that could happen. It'll be fine. Looking good. All right, so we definitely have time in the stream to actually start the towers. All right, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna get, let's talk a little bit. There's way more people here than were here at the beginning of the stream. So I'm gonna kind of reiterate a little bit about, now that we have that road in, that was really kind of bugging me in the back of my mind, making sure that we got that in. We are going to talk about these towers again. All right. So basically, we have one mega factory left to build. It is 2 flowcharts. Okay. It is this one. This makes the 1, 2, 3, 4 tier, phase 4 space elevator parts. Okay. And it's going to be at least 952 machines. And then these 1, 2, 3, 4 space elevator parts feed into this factory, which is a whole nother factory, right? But because it's like, I've got a group that produces 4 inputs. And those 4 inputs go on a belt, right? Actually, we could sushi belt them over to this factory. And you can see these are inputs, right? Nuclear pasta, a magnetic field generator, thermal propulsion rocket, and wherever he is. Also rubber and plastic. Here it is, assembly director system. Okay, and so really though, and by the way, this is all of phase 5. And so this factory builds all your time crystals and trigons, as well as all the phase 5 space elevator parts, the parts that you need to beat the game. Okay, and so phase 4 space elevator parts are a ingredient in the phase 5 space elevator parts. And so that's our 2 mega factories that are basically 1. How many per minute per item? Yeah, let's talk about it. So the toughest part is the nuclear pasta, 10 per minute. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is not a mega like build in terms of like the raw amount that I'm making. I think that this is a decent amount. But I would not call this a mega factory. In terms of like its complexity, it is, but there's not a lot in here, right? This is 6 assemblers, 7 blenders, 28 modular assemblers there, 9 blenders, right? So it's not a ton. 4 minute thermal propulsion rockets. Well, it's all right here. 10 nuclear pasta, 4 thermal propulsion, 4 magnetic field, 2.5 assembly director. These are actually, I would call it a medium, okay? 1 or 2 would be small, okay? I'm doing 10, 4, 4, and 2.5. All right, I would call this a solid medium, all right? And where we're going to build these 4 are going to be in these 4 towers. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so roughly 250-ish machines. I tend to do a lot of underclocking, and so it's probably going to be more than that. But a good amount of machines up in here, and then also these towers are going to have sky bridges interconnecting them. So I think this is going to be one of the coolest things that I've built, and this is basically my own design. I've kind of stolen little pieces of ideas from a bunch of different places, and I'm putting them together to make the phase 4 space elevator part factory. And then again, all of these get loaded into trucks and driven over the roads that we just made over into the final sector of the city. And this is tier 5, all of tier 5 in one giant building, the cornerstone, the final building of the playthrough. And that is going to be Arasaka Tower from Cyberpunk. We're gonna make this big old boy. And I think I'm actually gonna turn him on the diagonal and maybe face him outward towards the pyramid. So he's gonna be kind of squared, but on the diagonal here, which is gonna make roads really terrible to build, but we're gonna do it anyway. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, that is, or maybe I make the road go through him. Maybe. I haven't decided yet, but all of the phase 4 space elevator parts are going to be trucked over here. And then here, we're going to make all the phase 5 stuff. Now, what I'm going to do the moment that I hit phase 5, I'm going to do everything I can to get a side mini temporary factory up and running to make the parts that I need for the tier 6 belt. All right, that way we build this factory with tier 6 belts. Right? I don't want to build this factory with tier 5 belts because then we won't ever get to use tier 6 belts. This is it. This is it. So our actual factories in the towers, yes. Yes, all of my factories are up here. This one makes, well, I'll show you. I have them all planned. This spirally tower here makes 22.5 heavy modular frames, 13 per minute encased industrials, 115 minute motors, 52 steel pipes, 30 steel beams, 10 rotors, 30 stators, and 12 modular frames per minute. Okay, this is the shard, the triangular building right there. Yeah, these are not for show. These are my factories. I'm beating the game with factories in the cyberpunk city. Okay, here's the shard that I mentioned. This is, I already showed you that one. This is the John Hancock building, that tall, skinny teal one. He's making circuit boards and computers and crystal oscillators. And then the aluminum factory, that orange one that I built too many signs on, that's this bad boy. He's already done as well. He's making 10.5 fuse modular frames, all of our aluminum stuff, cooling systems, radio control units, turbo motors, heat sinks, supercomputers, and some extra aluminum ingots for the packaged rocket fuel. Are you designing for pure aesthetics and winging the interior design belts wise? No, I do it all with, well, not wing. I mean, winging it is, you know, it depends on what you mean by winging it. We can take a look at, we'll do a little mini tour here of this aluminum factory. I definitely plan the exteriors first, and then inside I make blueprints. We can do a little quick tour of this. Ada's probably going to talk here in a second. No? So every floor essentially looks like this. These machines are packed wall to wall. Again, these are small billboards. This is why I was having such an FPS drop when we look at it. But basically every floor is packed with machines. These are individual blueprints, and then these are blueprints in here as well. All of these sort of bus lines are blueprints, and then we bus out everything. So I mean, I wouldn't say that I wing it, but I don't exactly know where everything is going to go right now. I'm gonna, you know, design as I go, basically. You know, I'll design some kind of a factory. You know, I usually do the Endgame parts, and I put as much in here as I can. So like, what is this making? Right, let's look at the sign. Is there a sign here? Oh, these are making the ingots. So this gets the bauxite in and the coal, and it makes the scrap, and then it turns the scrap into the ingots. right? So I don't have a blueprint that just makes a bunch of scrap and then I move the scrap to a new blueprint that makes a bunch of ingots. No scrap leaves this blueprint, right? Does that make sense? I make an item from start to finish. In this case, it's aluminum ingots. Let's go up to radio control. Yeah, radio control units. Where's the door? Turned around. Okay, and so you can see here that yes, we're making radio control units, but we are shipping to this factory the crystal oscillators, the circuit boards, and the rubber. The rubber is being made at the power plant. It's being trucked over. The circuit board has been, and the crystal oscillators are being made at the John Hancock building. They're being trucked over. But in this blueprint, we're making all of the casing that we need. Okay, so the ingots come in. We also make some copper ingots, right? The copper ore and iron ingots come in. Sorry, copper ore and iron ore come in. We make the copper ingots that we need, and then we send the copper ingots and the aluminum ingots that we made downstairs to make the casing that we need. This is actually a very simple blueprint. There's only 3 machines in it. There goes all of our radio control units banging away, and every single one of my buildings is full of machines like this. There are something like 15 floors of in this building making stuff. So there you go. I actually want to go to the street level. No, I want to go to the street level. That's logistics. And then we can just run over here. We have a little sky bridge and everything. And this is this factory. And those are the trucks that drop off and pick up, and got all these lines in here, and yep, all the trucks coming in and dropping off and moving out. Yeah. So there you go. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I need 2 minutes to use the restroom. I'm gonna set us up a little view here. Let's do pure night. Let's do nighttime. Yes. All right, and then let's do this and this. Haven't done one of these in a while. How about something like this? Dolly settings, start point. This will be interesting. Endpoint, crank it. Ease in, ease out. Start this baby. T. All right, I just need a minute, you guys. I'll be right back, and I'm gonna leave everybody a friend. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. Enjoy the beautiful city and your friend. Okay, we are back. +780 watching. You're doing good things. Trying. Let's get the camera rolling again. There we go. I just needed to, answer the call. But we're gonna probably spend another hour or so and see if we can get started on those 3 towers that I promised in the title. We've been spending all night on these the road expansion. All right. Pretty cool. There's kind of a lot of axes of rotation with this one, but it kind of worked out. All right. So again, we are. Yeah, it was up to 750. We are building 3 more versions of this, and instead of like spending an entire stream building 1 tower, or maybe even more than 1 stream. What we're going to do is we're going to build all 3 at the same time. We're going to have... we need to get some power infrastructure over here real quick. We're going to build like all... we're going to basically assembly line it. If that makes sense. Let's just pull our own power infrastructure. On the outside. Okay. Oh, sorry. And let's get some light. I think we can do that like light purple stuff. Yeah. You guys can see, right? It's a little shadowy, actually. Let's try some morning sun. Little orangey. Yeah, that's a little better. Spakel, I just came up with the idea of having blueprints of entire factories, like for rotors, for example. Yeah, there's there are several content creators that do stuff like that. You absolutely can. There's some good ones out there. I don't like to make my blueprints kind of like one-stop shops, like in terms of like one-click factories, but you absolutely could. You absolutely could. It's not. I like to do big factories that contain blueprints, rather than, you know, a blueprint is a factory. But, you know, you could do it for sure. All right, Tier Harvester, have a good one. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go around and we're gonna build all 3 circles. All right, and so it's gonna be a little on the tedious side, but we're gonna hang out and chat, and you know, it's gonna be okay. And we need to build 11. Okay, so we build. We're gonna build 11 on the ends, and then we'll build 10s, and then go through and build the 11th one later. Okay, if you look, wow, I'm off. Right, that's the special one. Yep, that's the special one. So if you look, we should have 10, yep, plus 1. And then when it comes time, we'll build these 1 notch in. Okay, so it's really 10 foundations plus 7 meters is our target width. Okay. And now we delete those and rotate 5 degrees. Already got that one in for our test. I have an idea. I've got an idea. If I had the Mark III blueprint, it would be way easier to do what I'm about to do. There is going to be issues with this. The issues might be worth the speed. I don't know. Because we have to do this 3 times. So if I can do it with a blueprint, it doesn't just save it once, it saves it a lot. I don't know how I'm going to be able to differentiate here. We're going to try. This is the circle. This is how the sausage gets made. And it's not pretty. Nope, got that one. Is that everybody? Not even close. Okay. Come at it from the other side because I lost my place. Okay, 4 is done. Okay, 3. I think this is it. Okay. Let's try it here. This is far better than most anything I've seen on YouTube build-wise. Dumb amount of time shown off here. Yeah, that's true. Maybe dumb. Uh-oh. I didn't have my color in. Crap. Okay, that's right. Okay, Sue. Have to countersink the blueprint. Okay, so technically, all the starter points we have are built into this blueprint. Now, can we keep them straight? That I don't know. Let's start. We actually need 9 out from here because he's got 2 in him. See, 9. I think your brain is glad when you are in bed to go to sleep. Dude, I have to make myself exhausted. My brain never stops. I'm sure you guys get that a lot. I think about all sorts of shit. I mean, I've gone sleepless nights, 100% sleepless nights, just because there's some problem that is so interesting that my brain won't stop thinking about. But thanks for the compliment there, Bo. Okay. The key is we have to figure out how to ensure that we get everybody. Okay, and so now I can delete this guy. All right. And I find where they match exactly. That guy. Okay, all right. I wasn't sure exactly how we were going to do this. But as long as I can be sure to delete the one that I used, then each one's going to get easier and easier to find because they're out of the way. There's that one. Is this faster than just rotating them? I don't know. Probably. If I can get into a good rhythm. Maybe slower to start, but I bet you it is faster than rotating them. It does look like I missed one though, doesn't it? I did. What rotation did I miss? I felt like I missed one. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, we got that one. 4. Maybe. No, we got 4. 3. Yeah, we missed 3. Apparently. Alright, let's open the blueprint maker. Let's see if we can get this in. This design would be way cleaner with a Mark III blueprint designer because I'd have more room to move these all out one foundation outward. You know what I could have done and I should have done, it was really stupid of me. I should have nudged them even 2 or 3 meters out. I can't do the full foundation. I should have done that. That's dumb. It's dumb. Made everything a lot easier. Can I just do that now? Oh, shit. Kind of want to. How do I do it though? These ones here, I can just leave out here. Once there, now the edge, or I can't. That's fine. Kind of. There you are. Playing with fire. It'll be a lot easier to do it. I mean, like if I can make a good blueprint for this, I'll put this on my Discord for you guys. If you want to make circles a lot faster. I do think it is faster. Is that right? Nice. Yeah, I should have thought of this the first time. I came in here to see if we had the 3. 1, 2, 3. Nope. There's the 3 right there. That's the one we were missing. All right, and then now what we're doing is we're kind of expanding this out so that we can get to these a little bit easier. Because if they have a wider radius, that means at the edge, there's less of this crazy overlap. That's why I was saying if I could do this in a Mark III, and when I get a Mark III, I'll definitely design one so that, even though I may not use one, you know, so that you guys have it. Okay, that one's done. Yeah, this will be a lot easier to do on the other 2. I always think it's worth doing a blueprint because even if it doesn't exactly save you time in this project, learning to do the blueprint will save you time in the long run. So there's an argument to be made like, oh, you could have already built it, right? And that may be true actually. But you know, I have a little bit of a edge on in this particular case because we have to build 3 of the towers. But even if I was only building 1, it might be worth it to do this. Ah! Autosave! You've betrayed me! That's okay, we made it through. Okay, so this is a better design. Okay. It'll be definitely the fast memory D. Yeah, definitely, Pezza. Sick. Hey, what's the reference for new build? The reference is kind of my own design. The closest thing, that's not exactly true. The closest thing I would say is this building here. But we've made a lot of different changes to it. But yeah, in general, I would say this design is the closest. You're a UI designer in your company. In our company, we have a rule: if you have element that repeats more than 2 times, you have to make it as a component, as a blueprint. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Well, in Satisfactory, a lot of times what will happen is I'll think like, oh, I'll only use this once or twice or a few times, so I'll just build it by hand. And then I'm like, oh man, I really liked that thing I built by hand. If only I had made it into a blueprint, you know? I think you'll find that a blueprint that starts the circle will become handy in multiple places. Very true. Watching you as I build myself to learn more about things I struggle with. First, I simply copied others' creations, sort of in an own twist, but I learned that building and designing something myself feels more worth my while as a serious achievement. It's just tricky sometimes. Well, sure, I look at designing stuff as like a we're gonna start this one over. Let's clear this. I mean, not the whole thing, but like the start of it. I want to teach you guys how to fish. I don't want to give you a fish, right? So I want to teach you skills, right? And then you take those skills, those tools, and you employ them how you see fit. See, this is way easier to differentiate between them. And so it's, the one catch is I have to go out 9 now and not, let's check it here. Let's check this one. Yeah, I have to go out 9. Hanzikirnigen. Sorry. There's no possible way I'll ever be able to say that correctly. Thank you for the follow. Delete. So yeah, I just have to go out 9 and not 10. That's the only downside here. Just because 10's a little bit easier, but it's still, it's worth it. Now these inner ones I can go out 10 for sure. And then I think I can just kind of, now that I have an opening, I just do them one at a time. It's really nice because I have this, it's so great. Because I moved those out, I have this little triangular opening. It's like a starting point, or like, you know, when you're trying to unwrap a shrink wrapped package, right? You need a little starting point to find the seam. That's what this little triangle is going to be for me. Yeah, this isn't just a little bit faster. This is substantially faster, which is good. Now you, sir, you can come out here like this. Probably should just work the inside like I said I was going to. Let's do the interior like this. Get them out of the way. Let's actually, let's finish this last one over here. These last two. Done. I'm already built another one before the last one is finished building. I've already deleted the extra pieces and built the next one. Just need this guide post. Thank you for whatever that is. I heard it. What is it? It's a sub goal. Sick subscribed. Thank you, Sick. Or I hit my sub goal is what I should have said. Now these I can bust out to 10, but I do have to delete 3 of them. So I can go straight to 10. I have to go 1, 2, 3. Straight to 10. 1, 2, 3. And then this side. Did I cover over? Is that a double? Ooh, that was a double up. That's kind of interesting. Don't know how that happened. I don't know how it let me do that, actually. It must be slightly off. I mean, they can't be off, so I don't know how it let me do that, to be honest with you. But it doesn't matter. We're just looking for this outside edge. Are all those done? Okay, those were done before. Yes, all of our edges are done. Let's do it out here now. Okay, we're back to 9 and delete. Yeah, a tool like this was not possible until we got the larger blueprint maker. Because I just couldn't fit it in the small guy. I mean, this is the medium one, and we did barely get it to work. I think it would be even cleaner in the large one. But the small one, there's no way. Let me finish this quadrant, and I will catch up and chat and rest my brain for a second. This is actually kind of cathartic. I double clicked. Okay, nice. Let's see. Yeah, what a pro, you're deleting them before they spawn. I'm deleting them before they spawn, and I'm building the next set. I see you like lights. Are you building a circle? Yes, I do like lights, and I am building a circle. I'm building these again. Okay, so this, I'm building 4 copies of this tower. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and so we built one as a prototype, and now we are starting these 3 together. And I'm kind of treating it like a little bit of an assembly line. So yeah, and I am building a circle. Lights are so important. You can accent anything. You can make a lot of depth. Yeah, the only problem is it does eat my FPS when I use hundreds and or thousands of signs as walls. Probably not the best idea. What am I doing here? Yeah, just like I said, I'm building those 4 towers, but I'm trying to set their foundations. I'll show you guys what the next step is going to be. after I set those foundations, okay? So we got to set all 3 towers foundations. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to go so fast. Only need 9. Can't go too fast. Because there's just a lot of work to do. But that's okay. We're learning and we're hanging out in chat. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me, because I'm secretly hoping for a break from doing this. But yeah, when you see crazy, when you see my city and it looks like really cool and you're like, oh, how did you do that? Well, it isn't like some weird trick. It isn't like some cheat. It's just me grinding and kind of just doing what needs to be done over and over and over until what I'm trying to build is complete. Oh, I messed that one up. Did I already do... Yeah, I already did the side, right? Yep, so those are done. All of this is done. Right? Yep, got all those outside edges. They're done. These are done. We just have these to do. Now, it's really tempting right now to move on and stick with this tower. But here's the thing. I just figured out how to do this circle quickly. So let's take advantage of that hard-won knowledge and do the copying now. If I move on and I progress that one tower to the next step, well, then I'll forget how the hell I did this last step. And honestly, to just make things cleaner, I'm just gonna delete these because we're just gonna use our new tool. This is what I'd gotten this far, and I was like, oh my god, this is so horrifying. And I was like, maybe I can build a tool, but I wasn't sure. The tool is nice and good. We only have a handful there, so we do have to countersink the blueprint. And in order to do that, we are going to do this. By the way, I am above the red forest here. There's my train spiral, if you're just joining me. And that's our countersink. And we're going to build our new friend, who's going to go right where he won't clip. Are you gonna put a short about how you did the blueprint? Maybe. That's up to Minnie Kin. She, my daughter, my 15-year-old daughter is doing the shorts, and she decides. She goes through the footage and she puts it in there. That might be a little bit too long for a 1-minute short, but shorts can go 3 minutes now. So we might be able to put something together. She might even be able to, she might actually make a long form out of this, like a 10-minute video showing how to do it, in more detail. And then me kind of actually using it, and then like the result of it. I think this would probably make a better long form than a short. But really that's kind of her call. She's been doing a lot of research on, what makes good YouTube shorts, and how to increase retention, all that stuff, and she's kind of in charge of that. She actually gets 100% of the money that my channel makes off of YouTube shorts. I give all of it to her. So there's some ownership there, you know? And then she gets half of the money from the long forms. The long forms make substantially more on per view, but they get less views. But she'll probably come up with something. And of course, because I'm talking about it now, it's being recorded, right? So this is recorded too, so she'll see that we were talking about it, and then she'll go back and make one. Or not. I don't really care. I don't micromanage it. I record the live stream. I put the recorded footage in a I name it, I put it in the correct folder, and then she just works through VOD after VOD after VOD, and then I work behind her and finalize. So like when I'm not streaming, every night I'm not streaming, I'm editing. Right, I'm finalizing these shorts, and it's getting to the point where she's leaving me less and less to finalize, aka fix, you know, or put in a way that I would prefer. These last few shorts, these last couple of weeks, I change very little. I maybe add a little enhancement or something like that, but I'm not like doing massive re-edits or anything to her shorts. And then we do have some shorts that we make that don't really make sense. Like they're fun shorts, but they don't make sense to like post. And so those are the members only shorts. We do actually have some members only shorts in the on the channel. But they're usually just kind of fun things, stories that don't make sense unless you watch me a lot, things that wouldn't make a good YouTube short from a algorithm perspective, but is too good not to make into content. But yes, no, she's like I said, I don't micromanage her. I will tell her, like, if I like I found a bug and I thought it was important, so we kind of got it out the next day. I was like, all right, I made a video, I need you to edit this right now, right? And then we got it out, like, I think I recorded it Saturday night and I think I posted it Monday morning, right? So it was essentially a one-day video. But and then I'll purposely record some tours, and I'll give her a heads up, like, hey, last night I recorded a tour, so she'll make some notes, you know, okay, VOD 112, you know, he did a tour, and so I'll give her a heads up if I know that something is going to make a good video. But basically she just goes through and cuts the content. And then the reason that I record it instead of just rip it off of YouTube is two parts. A, the visual quality really sucks when you rip a video from YouTube. And B, the audio isn't broken down into stems. And because a lot of times she will run different footage on the top half of the short while I'm talking on the bottom half. And the footage on the top half has the game sounds, right? So like if we're watching a car during a tour or something, well, that's going to have the sound of me, of the driving car. But then the other footage that has my face, that has my voice. And then the music too, we can cut out and replace. And so I record it with the stems, the audio tracks. And that gives her the maximum flexibility when making a short or long form or whatever. She can change out the music. She can match the music to, what we're doing. Or if there's a scene change in the short, or in the long form, she can change out the music, and it's not burned into where my voice is. But yeah, that's the current plan, and so far it's working out. She goes back to school in, I don't know, 4 to 6 weeks. I don't know exactly. And so we're going to have to see what kind of time she can continue to invest. But I can tell you she's gotten much, much faster in figuring out and getting through these VODs. So the first month, it was a real struggle. She was spending a lot of time every day on it. But now she was like, she was in like there like for an hour over the weekend. She's like, yeah, I just finished a 4-hour VOD and I got 2 shorts out of it. I'm like, holy crap. What we do is we use AI to transcript. It's not AI, it's just a program to transcribe my voice, and then she reads it because it's way faster than watching the footage. She'll read and see if I'm saying anything interesting, and just kind of like speed read it, and then if I'm saying anything interesting, then she'll take a look at the visual, rather than like watching the whole thing, or even watching the whole thing sped up. There's a whole one done. 2 of them are down. I remember watching you build that rail spiral. Yeah. All good, to be honest. I can just come back and watch after 5 hours. Sorry, after 5 hours. You missed me. Is she still enjoying it? She says she is. I ask her. I don't want her to like feel like obligated to do stuff for me. I ask her like once a week. I'm like, we good? You enjoying it? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. She will have her own YouTube channel one day. She's doing research. She's kind of putting together ideas on what kind of channel she wants to do. She really wants to be a writer and or a storyteller. And so the channel may have something to do with that. Maybe some kind of animation or something of stories that she's written. There's quite a few channels that do that kind of thing. And so, she doesn't know yet. But she wants to do something. She also has some pretty creative friends. And so, they may want to do something together. And because she has basically better editing chops than any other person that I know already, she'll be able to do whatever she wants to do. All right, bro, can you kind of get where I need you to be, please? Maybe it's not. Oh, because of this it's this throwing me off. There we go. Ian, hey Ken, distraction. I want to be part of your AOC guild, but I can't commit to your crazy hours. I'm thinking that crafting is my best arc long term. Short term, I think I'd be an okay bard. Okay, so when you mean my crazy hours, do you mean the volume of the hours, or do you mean the position of the day of the hours? Just so that I understand your concern completely. Because those two have kind of different solutions. Or different concerns associated with them. By the way, this is our third and final set of foundations to do. This is one of the hardest parts about making a cylindrical building, is setting all of the lock points to start with. And we will have busted this out in what I think is very much record time. I do, for thumbnail purposes, want to get the walls in for all three of these, the first rank of walls. And then we'll have kind of the very basic starting point for these three factories for tomorrow night. Let me know what you're thinking on that, Ian, and I'll be able to address it, I think. Either way, there are, I think, solutions to work around that. I'm worried that my chat has bugged. Let me finish this quadrant and I will reset the YouTube browser window that I use to read chat. Sometimes it just freezes and I have to reload and then it loads your guys' chat. What is this? What is happening here? Oh my God. I'm building them so fast that I've run through all of the dimensional depot storage for wow. All right, well, we actually have a solution for this. Let's see if the concrete booster will work. It may not, because there's some, actually, we have a solution for that too. Let's turn on 10 seconds of the clog clear. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 1,000. All right, so we just dumped a bunch of items into the thing, and then from a, yeah, so we're not filling up. I think I had copper sheets and silica turned on. I can't remember. We were building steel beams, maybe. But either way, we're gonna have more concrete now. Maybe I should have left the clog clear on a little bit longer. Is that just straight up double up? It did that. It did it again. All right, fine. All right, let me reload the chat window here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, Ian. It was bugged. I mean, the hours that you operate on the clock, I can't stay retired at 34 forever. That's why I was looking at the crafting path and Midwest of the time difference matters. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to tell you this right now. Corathal is also Midwest. All right, and he's gonna end up going to bed a lot earlier. Okay, he can usually only stay up a couple of hours. Now, when I'm playing Ashes, I may actually start my stream a little sooner. I may be playing sooner than I'm streaming, but I will still stream when I play. Does that make sense? So I may be actually starting the stream at more like 8 o'clock on some nights, because I'm ready to play. Not every night, but some nights. But the thing is that our guild is going to run 24/7. I won't run 24/7. Our guild will run 24/7. And if you've got some overlap with me or some play on the weekends, then great. But Korthal is basically going to be the daytime guild leader. And then I'll take over and be nighttime stuff. And then if we have a war or something during the day, then I will try to make that happen. You know, even if it's outside my normal streaming hours. So I'm going to be... We'll see how that runs. And don't forget that this is still alpha. Okay? And so all of the stuff that we do is going to get reset. Right? We're going to lose all of our progress when they reset the servers to go to beta. Right? We have at least 2 more server resets. We have from alpha to beta, and then we have from beta to the game. Right? And so, you know, if there's if your time commitment is just, you know, so, then it's fine, because this is alpha and you're in way early anyway. You know what I mean? And so I would definitely say, you know, don't worry too much about time commitments, because again, it's alpha. You know, and maybe you find that you just don't even like the game very much, or whatever, and then your time issue is a non-issue, because you never play the final version of the game. Or maybe you love it, and then, you know, we'll figure it out. So yeah, I don't feel like you can't play in the guild, because I'm not gonna be on during that time. And I would say, I mean, all the guilds that I played in basically ran 24/7, but this guild is gonna be even more so. Why? Well, because I'm gonna be recruiting viewers, and I have viewers all over the world. Right? And hopefully, you know, pings aren't going to be bad if you're in Australia and you go with an NA server, you know, to play with me, because we will go with an NA server. And so, you know, we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, I think that we're going to have a 24-hour guild, and I really wouldn't worry too much about that. The biggest problem with that is that we'll actually need raid leaders for PvE and PvP in those time slots. Right? Because I won't be there, but you'll need a tank to run you through, you know, XYZ thing. Right? And so we'll figure that stuff out. I think that I'll be able to build a fairly big guild. I've built decent sized guilds long before I had a YouTube channel, so I'm pretty confident that. We're putting together. We have a really good officer team. We could use more. If you have experience being an MMO officer for a guild. If you really wanted to get into crafting, we're looking for like supply officers for sure. We're also looking for recruiters, so people that have experience recruiting in an MMO would be great. Yeah, I mean, or you just join the game and, you know, you could be an officer later, to be honest with you. That, by the way, I'll be playing again on Friday night. So there actually is time. I'm already level 7 and I already have a decent set of gear on the Discord. Are we done? Ooh, we're just chatting. That's the other nice thing about this blueprint, is it's so mindless that I can talk while doing it, which is really important. So let's do the next set of jobs, and we'll do this last job and then we'll call it good. Kin, could you show me your specific request uploader system? Yeah, we can do that. Let's do that real quick. Just real quick though. Let's Flaming. We're gonna do a quick breeze through, okay? Because I'm already at 6 hours, and I was trying to not stay up too late tonight. So we're gonna do a quickie tonight on this. I do have a video on it as well that you can watch, but let's do it real quick. Drone Bay. But yeah, we're gonna, I'm looking forward to building that guild in Ashes. So Friday night is, I was saying we already have level 7 and we already have some gear, there on our Discord in the guild only section, which, you can access if you, is it right here? Yes, it's right here. You just say that you want to join the guild, and we'll give you the tags. One of the officers will give you the tags. Then you can see there's a, let me finish this train of thought. There's a, Korthal made a quick leveling guide. Get you to about level 7 or 8 and get you some really good gear that you can get through these quests and from a vendor. And then we're going to start at that spot on Friday night. So there's actually some time to get caught up. I can't remember when the servers turn on. I think they're down right now, but I think they'll turn on sometime tomorrow. But you can chat in the Discord on that, and Korthal will hook you up. Okay, so here is the, if I feel like it. I always feel like answering your guys' questions. Sometimes I can't always, but I always feel like it. So we have a huge stash of, let's find the concrete. Where's the concrete? It's one of these on the end. Okay, that's rods. There's our concrete. Okay, so you can see that we have concrete here. Shit. There. We have concrete here, okay? It is flowing past here because we are using up the empty canisters. You can see on this one, the iron plates, it's not flowing because it's stuck behind an empty canister. These aren't flowing because they're stuck behind an empty canister. Okay, this setup right here, any undefined goes forward, empty canisters goes out to the side. You can see here that this is full of empty canisters, and that's because we've got a water packager here. What I do is basically switch on the priority power switch remotely. That turns on the packager that uses up the empty canisters that unblock the lines that allow everything to flow. This is the key part of this. And then it goes up into a an unpackager, okay? The packaged water flows up and then we unpackage. All right, and then the water flows down, and this is a closed circuit on this. This was very constructive. Chad, I'd like to be part of the guild. I have lots of experience managing people, but not an expert in MMOs. Honestly, the MMOs aren't the hard part. The people are the hard part. That's why they're fun, right? Because it's people. But yeah, you can see this here, and then we'll talk more, Ian, okay? Even if we can't finish this conversation tonight because I'm sort of running out of time, we'll talk more. So you can see this packager is turned on because I turned on the concrete. All this makes sense, Flaming. This is sort of the heart of it. This is, it is a remote belt switch. I can remotely turn this belt on, or remotely unblock this belt so that plates can flow through. Then it goes down and goes into this matrix that I built. Oh, yeah, it is copper. What else is in here? All of the things that I said. So anyway, we'll fix that in a second. So you can see the concrete comes down and splits into 20 belts. We have 20 items. Each of the 20 items comes down and splits into the 20 belts. And then they get remerged and mixed together. And I did this, and maybe this is not the best way to do this, but it's the way that I did it. Ooh, what is this? Why is this not working? This is the problem. You should have power. Oh, the booster's off. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I guess you shouldn't have power because I didn't turn the booster on. Not the booster, the clog clear. So let's turn the clog clear on, because basically what's happened is these are all, there's plastic in here. Okay, no space left in depot. Okay, there's copper sheets in there. All right, so there's a bunch of stuff in there because we're clogged. I've got leftover shit in here. Okay, all this extra stuff. And so I built this little clog clearer to clear the clog. That's what I turned on for 10 seconds. So now we're burning all of this extra. Now some of our concrete's burning too. That's why this solution isn't like the best. But we're pulling a lot of this stuff out of here. So iron plate, plastic, copper sheets. There were steel beams in there. There's a lot. This is the first prototype. This all works in theory. And then basically I've got 20-dimensional depots right here. And so it loads fast. Like the copper sheets are already put back in there. The steel beams are close. What else is in here? Oh, silica. Silica is probably clogging things. Where are you, silica? Where are you, cheeky silica? Copper sheets are still plugging fast. All right, so that's pretty much everything. All right, so now we can turn this off. In theory, I could have managed this better. Right, and we've got tons of guys coming through here. And see, are these all clear? So now we're going to be getting all of these concretes to be loaded in here. Again, this is my prototype. There are definitely some design flaws with this. Yeah, we got an iron rod in there. How long has that been there? And an iron plate next. And a plastic. There we go. Now it's concrete. There we go. So now the concrete's all backed up. And so really what I need to do is I actually need to turn the concrete off now, right? Because it's now plugged up for the next time that I want to use it. Concrete boosters turned off. Okay. So anyway, I was trying to basically make it so that, you know, yeah, so it's plugged up. It's turned off. So that we could launch extra items into all of our extra dimensional depots. That's the goal of it. So, and it works. Like, it does work, but it's fickle, you know? Yeah, I'm using 2 mods. I'm using a large inventory, and I'm using a mod that helps me control the day-night, but I am not using any mods that help me with construction. Okay. Let's take a hypertube out of here. Where's our hypertube down? Right here. Minutes behind when you were building the circular base in the tower. I would know an even faster method, I think. Sorry for telling you only now. I must split the message to fit in chat. Instead of creating it from a center blueprint, you can do the outer curve by infinite nudging an existing curve segment into a blueprint maker. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if that'd be faster. You can't build from outside the blueprint maker or into it, but if you hover foundations over existing ones, you can nudge the hologram with their specific rotation. Yeah, but why? I don't know if that would be faster. You'd still have to have the outer one built. So you'd have to build it and then use it. Yeah, I don't know how that would be faster. Okay. Next step. Not these. These have been retired. We're using these. Okay, and we want to be 1 nudge back. So how are we going to do it quickly? Something like this. Yeah, we just have, what's 360 divided by 5 times 3? That's how many we have. Whatever, oops, double click. Whatever 360 divided by 5 is, times 3. So many of these have to build. But what it'll do, this will set the location, and then we'll be able to blueprint mode vertically. All the rest of them will be substantially easier. It's just setting this first round. Ken, we will talk later. I'll also reach out to Korthal as a... Just as you know, YouTube is much lower today. Yeah, that's what I've... were you here for that other conversation? Yeah. Were you here for when we talked about that earlier? Or because we've talked about that. The delay. 15 seconds versus the old 30 seconds. Yeah. So I don't know. I didn't change anything. I was worried when somebody first mentioned it that you guys weren't getting the full 2K. That maybe I messed something up there. I don't think I've changed anything on my side. Maybe I have and inadvertently snuck past their delay. But I don't think so. My guess is that it's something on YouTube's side that is allowing me to have a delay consistent with a normal stream. My problem is because I'm widescreen, YouTube considers this to be 4K, even though it isn't. And so I have the delay of a 4K stream. And that's why we've always had such a big delay on YouTube. If that's changed, that sounds amazing. But it made me worried. What's more likely is that I messed something up and made a change. Because they're very clear that certain size of streams have to be delayed a certain amount. But maybe they changed something. I'll do a little Google search. There's my 6-hour mark. I want to finish all these off because mostly I want it for the thumbnail, and I want to be ready to rock tomorrow night with this. Did you know that you can calculate in quick search in Satisfactory? Oh yes, I knew that. I've been doing that for a very, very, very long time. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that there is that I know every little trick like that in Satisfactory. But the chances of me not knowing something like that are very slim. Every once in a while, somebody throws a new piece of knowledge at me. Every once in a while. Let's get rid of these. These are old. Okay, first one's in. That was pretty quick. Have you experienced any FPS drops with the 3080? Okay, so I actually have a 5090 now. I have not updated my stats in my live streams. In May, I got a new computer, a 5090, water cooled, and a 9950X 3D. I figured, but you asked for calculation. Right, I know. I asked for calculation because I didn't want to stop building. Sick. Not because I didn't know. I literally did not want to stop building to calculate it. Yeah, okay, you were there, Ian. Yeah, I just couldn't remember if you were there or not. But I'm glad it's lowered. But yeah, no, I'm running a water-cooled 5090 and a water-cooled 9950X 3D AMD CPU, 128 gigs of RAM, and a pretty fast NVMe. And I am seeing some FPS drops, but I don't think it's because my computer. I think I've begun maxing out the engine in terms of the amount of signs that I've included in my save. It's all pretty recent, actually. I would say in the last few weeks since I completed the aluminum factory. See, when I look at this factory, you can see the drop. It's because all of these are signs, all of them. Plus, we have all of those signs. We have the edge signs. We have all the signs on the roads. Look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? All of these are signs. All of those are signs. I have a bunch of signs over there. I have a bunch of signs there. There's signs that you can see through the glass on that building. Okay, those are all signs. At least the green parts, right? So there's a bunch of signs on those roads over there. It's a little easier when we go to pitch black to see them all. But basically every point of light is a sign. You know, except for you know, the street light circles. So how many signs do I have? I have no idea. I have no idea. There is a way to find out. I can upload the save file in the SCIM editor. And then because you subscribed, Sick, you can actually do that too. I will, if anybody is a sub or a YouTube member or Patreon member, they have access to the current playthrough. And that is, you can upload it to the editor and kind of, or play it if you want to. It's one of the only things I have that are member-only perks. Global illumination isn't just on. I have a special setting that maxes out the global illumination much more than what you can turn on in the regular setting. I have a console command setting that is super global illumination. I've got some other stuff too. A couple things that help, well, really just one thing that helped my FPS problem, but most other things are really visually stunning, but they're costing me. They're costing really the engine. It's the engine that is really starting to take a hit. I'm doing things that really the game is not designed for. I'm probably also very likely past the Unreal Object limit, which again, the engine is not designed to do. That's why there's a limit. So, you know, I have a bunch of console commands in here. I've got signs like crazy. I'm using signs for not just lighting, but I'm using them as window backdrop to get that orange color and to make it reflect. Probably not the best idea, but you know, whatever. I've made worse decisions. So I'm really pushing everything here. It just kind of goes to show how optimized Satisfactory is for an Unreal Engine 5, and I'm really happy with it, you know. And I basically have every setting turned to max. Oh, and by the way, I'm recording on the computer that I'm playing. Now, you guys are seeing rendering done on a live stream computer. I have a capture card for you guys, okay? But I'm also doing recording on the PC itself. A pretty good recording quality as well. So when you see a YouTube short, that was recorded on the same PC. Faster, not in the sense for now, but a BP user, they would need to do all the zooming work like you did. But if they have the curve segment, all they have to do is chain those segments and be done. Yeah, but then you don't have. What, like this? Like you make this part here? Is that what you're saying? You put that in a blueprint? High in the sky? Because getting this chunk and then this chunk to line up is impossible. It can't be done. It can't be done with blueprint mode. If you put walls there, could it work? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think what you're thinking would actually work. Sorry. Now, it could be true that I don't know exactly what you're thinking, but the only way that I think that this works as a blueprint is to do what I did. Because blueprints like square things, and putting curves together like that, they're not square. And it really doesn't like stuff like that. I don't think it would work. I could make it, like I could make this into a blueprint, right? But you can't just like, but this overlaps weirdly with this. You see how that and that overlap? You can't just take this blueprint of this 6 and smack it again against this 6 and expect it to line up correctly. I think the only way to do what I have done is to do what I have done. But maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying, Eye in the Sky, but I don't, I cannot think of any other way to blueprint circles other than the way that I have done. Again, doesn't mean that just because I can't think of it, it doesn't exist. But you're gonna have to convince me if you want me to believe, you're gonna have to convince me. Autosave. I don't know. I think the product that that I've made is I'll probably throw this blueprint in there. Maybe not tonight, because I have to get to sleep like pretty much right away. I was gonna try to walk after the stream, but it's way too late now. Let's see if I can walk in the morning. Try to break the habit of getting up, working all day at my desk, and then continuing to work on different things at my desk. Well, he mentioned not having to zoop them. So the only way that you're gonna get out of zooping them is if you build the outside ring. But I just don't know how you could do that. But maybe Eye in the Sky has some super secret special method of blueprinting, or something that I haven't thought of, which has happened. But I also like to give him loads of shit because of how much he gives me, so. All right, 1 second. We're back. And we're back. Is there a limit to how many structures can be built in a world? Kind of. They're not really structures, they're unreal objects. And not everything that you build is an object. And some things that you build are multiple objects. Okay, and there is a limit to the amount of unreal objects. However, you can very quickly and easily remove that limit. If you do, you're probably going to see more FPS issues. You could. I've never had instability in terms of crashing because of it, but I have definitely, built past it, and I may actually be past the limit now. I don't really know because I removed the limit before I even started this playthrough. So I was just like, I don't care. So it is there, but it is not permanent. You can change it in the config file. Oh, that's it, guys. Okay, 3 foundations done. 3 cylinders made. You mean the quarter of the circle? Since the radius of that tower is too large, only a short circle segment is fitting the Mark II Blueprint Maker, even if 1/8 circle might be too long to fit in, but yeah, but you're still gonna have to zoop it. I have almost 100,000 signs, and it was a save from July 13th. Sick, you're fast on that, man. You connected your thing, you downloaded the save, you found it, and you uploaded it to the editor. Yeah, it was a save from July 13th. I probably haven't added that many since then. Most of them are here and here. Well, that's not true. I added a bunch of the roads. So I don't know. I might have added another like 5 to 8,000 or something. I'll throw in the new save in tonight, Sick. All right, I'll throw the new save in tonight. This is VOD 112. All right, so yeah, we have now. We're gonna do these 3 towers in this sort of production line kind of a thing. We'll do next thing I want to do is I want to chop the front off, make this new this plane here, get that all set. We'll do that for all 3 of them in the next stream, and then we'll just go through and work on each of them. And until we have 3 more towers that look like that. So big news. So tomorrow night is another Satisfactory stream, but Friday night or Saturday morning, if you live on another part of the world than me, it's Ashes of Creation. Okay, and we're going to continue where we left off last Friday night. Yeah, honestly, Eye in the Sky, to put a nail in this, it's less tedious for a potential kin BP enjoyer. If they need to chain BPs, they may have a wall for better anchoring chaining, even if 16 plus and zooping. I don't know how many. Yeah, but you can't, dude. The outside of the circle, you can't connect the blueprints. You have to go from the center and then zoop them. There's now you could go. Now what you could do perhaps is you could do something like I got hit in the eye. I've got a weird like thing happening there, but I mean the eyebrow, not like the eyeball. You could do you could make, instead of zooping, you could make a blueprint that placed on the end. But I mean, by then you might as well just zoop the thing. So I truly don't see how you could make this any faster than what I did here. You build a small radius in the blueprinter, but I'm not sure it would save any time after you built it out. Well, that's what I did. I built a small radius. I used to have this in a blueprint extension, right? When the old ways, before they removed the trick, you could make this very, very quickly. You can make a blueprint, and then we could just be going boom, 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 and stack them. That's how I did this. If you look at this blueprint, look at this blueprint. Look at this bad boy. Let's make him. Hopefully it doesn't crash the... Ooh, he does not want to get made. I should have saved first. Look at this beast. Oh, I can't even make him. I don't have enough parts. Look at how much I'm missing. Central building ring. This is the blueprint that I made. Yeah, it doesn't want to even get made. It's a mess. But this is a blueprint here. I made this because there was a method that you could build outside the blueprint maker that was removed in, I would say, September, October, probably October of last year. It was working, and then it wasn't. Okay, and so I used to make a big old blueprint like this. One click built the whole thing, and then we could build this whole exterior in about 5 minutes. Right, the whole thing we could do. We'd have to go back through and delete what we don't want, but we could build it. Would do one would to do actually both, and they would vouch which on was more enjoyable to do. But since people are subjective, it could go either way depending on who would ask. Well, there isn't another way. What other way? You just said, oh, I've got this thing that you should do because I think it's better, or subjectively better, if not objectively better, but you haven't said what it is. You can only build in the center and move out. There's no other chunks of blueprints that are going to marry up to each other. You could maybe do a little, like a quadrant thing that fit inside of a blueprint maker like this. and get them to kind of butt up against each other, but I don't see why you would do that and not just do what I did. Because you still have, no matter what, you've got to zoop these out. It's like with kinks, I know people who even like to, it's so weird, dude. That just sounds like coping to me. There's no way that like I said, I don't think there's any blueprint that would build these faster. I could be wrong, but like I said, you'll have to convince me. And talking about getting kicked in the balls is not convincing me. So is there a way that you could do it worse? Sure. But I don't think we were talking about that. It's all good, man. You Germans are weird. We'll leave it at that. Well, not all of you. Not all of you are weird. Okay, I think we're done here. I'm a little late on the stream. I'm 30 minutes late, but that's okay. Let's take a screenshot. Let's take a nice screenshot. Let's cover all of our new circles here in one screenshot. And then we'll go from there. Plus, I'm honestly trying to make blueprints that make people's lives easier, not kick them in between the legs. But, you know. It's all good. You know, not that there's anything wrong with that. If you like getting kicked in between the legs, I guess. I would have thought that that would have been used as a allegorical, used to make an allegorical point in Satisfactory, but here we are. Come on, keep going up. Keep going up. We're at the edge of our ability here on the hover pack. There we go. Yeah. I like it. A little higher, maybe? And then we'll get right out to the edge. And then let's change the lighting. Want to do all dark? Ooh, yeah, let's do that sunsetty, hard shadows. And yeah, let's screenshot. Indeed, screenshot this bad boy. As far as we can get from our floating friend there. And remember, you're seeing it on widescreen, but the thumbnail is going to be in regular aspect ratio. Take two here, and then we'll do one at the diagonal, just in case this other one doesn't work out very well. Diagonal's kind of cool, actually. I just gotta make sure that the pictures took. Sometimes they get weird. Let's see. Yeah, see this? I don't know why this happens sometimes. My best guess is that it's like on a an interpolating, I can't remember, frame. Like it's not an actual frame. It's in like when I click the button, we didn't actually have a fully calculated frame. And so that's why I take a couple. Yeah, see, this one's better. Yeah, see, this looks okay. But yeah, that sometimes I think it's just like a weird thing with the FPS. All right, let's fall down here. Actually, let's start the stream up here. Save time, baby. I think a very successful stream. We got that road in. We designed a bunch of blueprints over there. A lot going on tonight. We talked about a lot of random stuff. And it was good. Cyberpunk theme VOD 112 in the books. 6.5 hours. Very active 6.5 hours. Lots of viewers tonight too. The problem with the building a circle segment VP is that the rotation point of the blueprint is in the center of the structures and does not rotate the center of the whole. I just can tell you from experience it's not going to work. Blueprints like to marry up to other blueprints in flat edges, and if it's curved like that, it's not going to want to marry correctly. I can just tell you from experience. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I'm happy to be proved wrong if somebody wants to try to make those. But I can't, from where I'm standing, I already have a solution that works and is fast. I would not personally try to go after a solution that I don't think is going to work when I already have one that works. But that's just me. A great stream. Thank you, guys. All right, so I'll see you guys in the Discord, or I'll see you tomorrow night. We're going to continue this bad boy and see how much we can make these towers grow. YouTube, if you could like the VOD. If you're awake, if you could like the VOD. And if you're asleep, then listen to my voice. And when you wake up, you're going to gift Construction a super chat. When you wake up, that's what you're going to do if you're asleep. If you're awake, just like the VOD, you're getting off early. You're getting off easy. Twitch, we're going to raid, okay? We have 33 viewers. I always raid into the same game I'm playing. We're going to see if we can find anybody that we want to drop in on. Ooh, I think we're gonna hit Popcac. Popcac is not streaming Satisfactory, but he is a friend of the channel. So we're gonna drop in on Popcac. You guys can see what he's doing, and he's usually a Satisfactory streamer, and I've learned a lot from him. Actually, that extended blueprint that I was talking about a few minutes ago, I learned that from him. So he's the man. All right, we're gonna Twitch, we're gonna stop in. He's only got 3 viewers right now. I think he just turned on his stream less than 5 minutes, about 6 minutes ago. So we're gonna drop in and say hi. I don't think he's even started yet. He's just chatting. All right, guys, good stream. I'll see you guys in about 17 hours or so, or on the Discord. All right, love ya.